Crooked Fanny playing dirty tricks in the courtroom. She always picks, bending the rules. She'd know win, but I won't let her get under my skin. Down in Georgia, where the blues run deep, crooked justice, a secret they keep. But I see through her lies, I see the truth. Gonna make her pay for what she do. Fanny's got a reputation to uphold, but her tactics are shady. Story untold, she thinks she's clever, but I'm on to her game. I'll expose her ways and put her to shame.
Hey yo folks, we are at day 132, and if you have waited for me to know about anything about what happened today, then you're in for a ride. Not that the witnesses have been overwhelmingly interesting, but of course it is about the QZ situation. QZ is still in hospital. He will be released, depending on who you listen to, at the latest tomorrow or at the earliest tomorrow. He is treated for his pain by oxytocin or oxycodone. I don't remember which one, but that is, for you Americans, I believe it is a level something narcotics. Highly addictive. Oxycontin. Thank you, Samantha Yo. And also, he has pneumonia, which is also treated. Well, of course. So his sickle cell combined with pneumonia is severe. And about about 2 hours in, Mr. QZ's lawyer talks to the court, and then Miss Love also talks to the court. But we need to get there first, because I have words for you. I have words. Oxycodone is a Schedule 2. Okay. Thank you, Jessica. If it's called Oxycontin or oxycodone, that is, it's an opioid. It is, according to the warning labels and stuff I looked up, it is 2 to 3 times stronger than oral morphine. So yeah. Short answer, no. That's my short answer. I mean, this is, but yeah. Now, if with exceptions, of course, and I assume that is what the court is going for, the exceptions. But we need to get there first. And let's get right into it. Let me just put the banner up over there. And until now, let's have this so we can have Mr. Jingles here. Christine was in the hospital this morning. I hope you feel better. I really hope you feel better, Christine. All right, let's see what.
Good morning, everybody can be seated. I have turned the temperature up. I don't know why it's changing overnight. Thank you for the treat.
Yes, QZ is Quindarius Sacri.
All right, so I see that overnight and this morning there's been a little bit of back and forth about who's on the witness list and who's not. I don't know. Mr. Brown, have they left you to figure all this out? Okay. So.
Yeah, remember yesterday, Judge Whitaker told the prosecution 6 p.m. At 6 p.m., the defense shall have the witness list. After 7 p.m., they got the witness list.
I mean, I think, well, so do you know whether any of these people have ever been on any witness list?
See which one of these. Good morning, Your Honor. 88 Brown. 1 second. Good morning, Your Honor. 88 Brown for the state. My apologies. To my knowledge and recollection, Judge, those witnesses were once on the witness list, but in accordance with the goals in mind of efficiency, they were removed. But now, given the fact that there's no ability to come to a mutual agreement, they've been returned to where they once were so that we can, do what we need to do on our end.
Okay. I mean, frankly, I think it's kind of a shame that the sides can't reach stipulation on really simple things.
The reason they can't do that, Judge Whitaker, and you should know this by now, is because the prosecution can't stop lying. Okay? The entire prosecution's team are mentally incapable of not lying. They are mentally incapable to not try to sneak in impermissible evidence. They are mentally incapable to not try to introduce new evidence. That is why you don't get stipulations. And this has been known since day one of this trial. They do not accept stipulations. So the state removing hundreds of witnesses is on them, not the defense, because the state knew that nothing would be stipulated to. Mercy, Nick, are those situations considered DA ignoring court orders? Could be, but nothing will happen because nothing has happened so far. Sadly.
So it's a little bit maybe disingenuous to be complaining about how long the state's taking and then saying, oh, these people aren't on a list.
No, it's not. It's the state's case. It's not disingenuous because, as I said, the prosecution's team are lying liars who lie. So,
if the reason they were removed from a list is because the court encouraged the state to narrow its list to only the necessary people.
Yeah, if the court encourages the state to cut down on the number of witnesses, then it's on the state to have the judgment, the capability of cutting down without cutting away important witnesses. For instance, when it comes to a chain of custody, that's important. And when you have cop after cop after cop on the stand, losing notes shredding notes, no reports, then there is no chain of custody.
And something like, a chain of custody that everybody would be able to admit is going to be able to be established, has to be established instead of having it stipulated to. I mean, that's why, as I understand it from Ms. Love, these people got put back on. And then similarly, something like whose apartment is this, which is, if it's going to be established, requiring 3 witnesses to come in and say it, because the defense won't stipulate to it, at least Ms. Love has said that's the reason all these people are now on the list.
And Ms. Love is a lying liar who lies.
I don't know if I can't find them in our database, so I just want to know where they are, and then we can cross-reference it. I don't have these people on the witness list. I'm not saying that there were over 800 people, and there's been, I don't know, 6 witness lists. So I just want, if I can find them, then I can target over to see what they say. But I can't find certain people. There were first 15, then we found 5. So they may all be on there, but if they're not on there, then I don't have anything in discovery because we cross-referenced everything.
Well, Judge, they are in discovery. They do appear in discovery, and to my knowledge and belief, and I can confirm that information for the court, which list they were on.
They are in discovery is not the same as being on an actual witness list.
If given that I'm a one-man show right now, if I can send word to the office and get further details for the court, I can do that.
Well, it's not for the court that you're
well,
doing it. It's
yes.
for the defense. And frankly, I think a couple of these emails, Mr. Steele, was your first email this morning, or was there some discussion of this last night?
They're both this morning, Your Honor.
Okay. So
The second one, the more recent one, is really the only one that matters because then it's highlighted who is found. So there's 10 missing from my perspective.
I mean, Ms. Love's included on these emails, so she should be aware. Is your first witness of the day on? Who's your first? Who are we calling?
Yes, Your Honor. The first witness that is here is Officer Butler, Vincent Butler, immediately followed by Officer Gary Baker. And the other witnesses are either in transit or, given that I'm in here, I can't be sure, but I'm sure they should be here.
Where is-
Oh, the witnesses are late. How convenient.
Butler.
Butler is in the back waiting to be called.
No, I'm sorry. I mean, on this list of, okay, all right, I see.
Yes.
I
So is that generally the email that Ms. Love sent at 7:10 last night? Is that
Yes.
generally the order that y'all intend to call these people?
Barring any exceptional
Okay.
circumstances, Your Honor, or the need to go in a different way.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so Butler and Baker are both acknowledged to be on a witness list. And then is that crime scene tech next?
Yeah, no, Your Honor, there will be a witness between, I believe, 2 witnesses in between the crime scene tech. That would be Sanders Pitts, or Pitt, however it shows on your end. Pitt Sanders. There was a name change.
Okay. And who after that?
And just 1 second, Your Honor.
Jessica says, I know they can choose to call a witness or not, but the prosecution still has to provide notice of upcoming witnesses, don't they? Yeah. Way ahead. But the prosecution is hung up on QZ, and the judge seems to go along with it. Well, they can't call him right now, so there will be blah, 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 which is stupid. Absolutely stupid, in my opinion.
Pulling that up for you. It would be Officer Trago, the crime scene tech, excuse me,
Okay.
followed by Lieutenant LeDuc.
Okay. And all of those people, it's not disputed. No, it is disputed as to Officer LeDuc, but I guess the first 4, there's no issue about. So we can at least get started.
Yes.
And then let's, as soon as we can, get the information about which dated list, I guess, the others are on that are included in the 7:30 email from Mr. Steele. And if y'all could just point out.
Gwendolyn asks, if they're expecting QZ to testify, do you think they're wanting him to be on the stand for 3 days? Miss Love has no morals, no ethics. I believe she starts each day with sacrificing baby lambs to Satan. And yeah, I don't think anything is beyond her. Anything.
Which list it is that those people are on.
Sure thing.
But we can get started with the first 4 people at least. And is, you say one of them's already out there on deck?
That is correct. Your Honor.
Okay, and is the jury ready? All right, is there anything else we need to deal with before we get the jury in? All right, let's get started. You can go ahead and bring them in. Do you want to have your witness making their way in, please? That's fine. They can just stand next to the stand. Yeah, come on out. The jury's on the way in, and then an officer will swear you.
All right, first witness, Officer so-and-so. And we start today at sidebar counter 251.
All right, Ms. Brown, I guess you're gonna handle this witness, so
She said Miss Brown.
oh, yeah, thank you.
Vincent Butler.
Just a little bit, so it's directly in front of your mouth, so the court reporter, pick up just a second. There we go. All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. Good morning. Are you employed?
Yes.
Where are
I'm
you-
sorry. Can you say your name again? Because I didn't get that.
Vincent Butler
Thank you.
Okay. And where are you employed?
with the City of Atlanta Police Department.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a police sergeant.
How long have you been working in the capacity as a law enforcement officer?
November will be 12 years.
And how long have you been a police sergeant?
For 2 years.
So it took him 10 years to get a sergeant, and the cops we listened to yesterday was 20 to 30 years, no promotions. Oh.
And how, what are your duties and responsibilities, Sergeant Butler, in that capacity as a sergeant?
I'm assigned to the Strategic Response Unit, and we handle any mass gatherings in the city, which would include protests, as well as the academy site that we're having built.
Okay. That's an interesting assignment.
And what was your role or rank prior to becoming a sergeant with the Atlanta Police Department?
I was an officer.
And did you share similar responsibilities in that role, or were they different from what you do now?
They were different.
Could you please explain for the jury what your duties and responsibilities were in your prior rank as just a regular police officer?
My duties were to respond to 911 calls in the downtown Zone 5 area.
I'll be right back.
And have you, excuse me, have you been post-certified the entire time that you have been employed with the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
I am now directing your attention to the date of, well, let me ask you a few more questions. Sergeant Butler, do you work any additional jobs outside of your work with the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
What else do you do?
I'm a courtesy officer at my apartment complex.
And how did you obtain that job?
It was available through the apartment. They have certain apartment complexes across the city that offer that to Atlanta police officers.
And what is the name of the apartment complex where you serve as a courtesy officer?
Columbia Crest Apartments.
And in your capacity as a courtesy officer, what is it that your duties and responsibilities are for that particular assignment?
Respond to courtesy complaints calls that are generated by the residents at the apartment complex.
And what is the address of the apartment complex that you serve as a courtesy officer?
1903 Drew Drive, Atlanta, Georgia.
How long have you worked in that capacity with that extra job?
Since 2014.
And that address that you provided, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what county it is situated in?
In Fulton County.
I want to turn your attention, Sergeant Butler, to the date of Tuesday, April the 28th, 2015. Do you recall if you worked your job at the Atlanta Police Department on that day?
Yes,
What was your watch or tour of duty for that day?
it was morning watch, which is overnight.
Okay, what are the hours that typically accompany someone who, what hours does a person who is on morning watch work?
Usually 10 at night to 6 in the morning, or 11 at night to 7 in the morning.
And were those the hours that were typical of someone on morning watch in, say, April 28th, 2015?
Yes,
Okay, or do you recall around about what time you got off on that day of April 28th, 2015?
it would have been around 6 a.m. in the morning.
And what, if anything, do you recall after getting off of work on April the 28th, Tuesday, April the 28th, 2015?
Upon arriving home, I observed an Atlanta police officer parked on Drew Drive, and it seemed to be that there was an incident that happened at the location.
And what gave you belief that there was an incident that had occurred in that area?
The officer was out his patrol car with his cruise lights running, and I could see one of members from our maintenance team at the property outside with him as well.
And at that time, how were you dressed?
I was in a full Atlanta police uniform.
Are you assigned a patrol vehicle or any type of cruiser as you described?
At that time, I was not.
And the officer that you said you saw walking about in the vicinity of the apartment complex, did you know that individual?
Yes, I did.
Who do you know him or her to be?
He's a Zone 1 officer, and he was also in my academy class.
What's his name?
His name is Officer Hill.
You know his first name?
I can't recall his first name.
Is it fair to say that you've had enough contact to recognize him?
Yes,
And, okay. And is it also fair to say that he knows of you as well?
yes.
And when you saw Officer Hill walking about the premises of the apartment complex where you serve as the courtesy officer, what, if anything, did you do?
I asked him, why was he at the location, and he gave me a rundown on the reason why.
And what was the weather conditions like that day? Was it sunny or was it dark?
The sun was coming up, but it was still pretty much dark that morning.
Was Officer Hill the only person, let me rephrase that. Was Officer Hill the only law enforcement officer present on the scene at that time?
That I can remember, yes.
And did you come to learn in the course of that investigation of that incident what the purpose of him being present was?
I did.
What was that?
There were multiple shots fired at that location.
Did you happen to see any signs that shots had been fired in that location?
Yes, in 1903 Drew Drive, on Drew Drive, there were several shell casings that were riddled across the street.
And in your capacity as a courtesy officer, were you at that time required to respond to that incident, even though there were other law enforcement officers present?
Yes, just to get information to pass over to our leasing manager.
And what information did you pass over to, information, if any, did you pass over to law enforcement present?
I gave the Officer Hill the name of the occupant of one of the apartments that maintenance let him in so he could do a welfare check on the occupants in that apartment.
Do you recall after this time the name that you gave?
I don't recall the name I gave.
And how were you able to locate that name at that time if you then knew for Officer Hill to continue his investigation?
I was able to locate the name of the person who was on the lease for that particular apartment from a rent roll list given to me by the property manager.
And what is a rent roll list, if you will?
It's a list that details each leasee and what apartment they live in at the location.
Is that something you still get to this day?
I don't currently get it with our new management that we have, no.
Why was it something that you had at that time?
Because it was what management was handing me out periodically at that time.
And after providing the information to Officer Hill from the rent roll sheet, was he at all able to make contact with the occupant or tenant of that particular apartment?
I'm unsure. He was given the name and the apartment number, and he would have further searched and tried to make communication with that tenant.
About how long was your involvement at this crime scene where you described law enforcement was already present?
Very brief, I would say 5, maybe 10 minutes.
During the time that you were there, did the tenant, during the duration of the time that you were there aiding in the investigation, did the tenant who occupied the apartment that was struck by the bullet defects, did she ever show up?
No.
Did, after you left the premises, did you have any further, did you attempt to contact the occupant of that particular unit?
I did not.
Do you know if management made any contact with the occupant of that unit after that?
I know they made attempts, but I don't know if they made contact.
Do you know if there were multiple persons or only a single person that lived in that unit based on your rent roll sheet that you had at that time?
There was only one occupant on the lease.
At that, excuse me, at that time, specifically being April 28, 2015, were you assigned a body worn camera at that time?
No, the department did not have body worn cameras at that time.
Were you required in either your capacity as a courtesy officer with the Crestview apartment complex or as an Atlanta Police Department officer to do any further work in this particular matter?
No.
And on that morning that you saw law enforcement out there, was there any other apartment units that, to your knowledge, that were affected by the gunfire that took place?
Yes, there was the second caller about the incident.
Did you provide any information or assistance with respect to that caller?
Which crime scene are they talking about? They are jumping back and forth between crime scenes and alleged crimes. And yeah, I don't know about this cop. I mean, he's testifying, but no real damaging or non-damaging information. So
I spoke with her, with Officer Hill, about what happened and what time she heard the rounds being fired.
Is it fair to say that is about all that you got at that point from all that you gave in terms of conversation with that second caller?
Correct.
Just a brief indulgence. Earlier, you testified that you didn't recall the name of the tenant in that premises. Is that correct?
Correct.
If I were to show you a report for that incident, would that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Now approaching you with
now that is interesting language. He didn't say, if I show you your report. He said, if I show you a report. That's clear hearsay. He can seriously? He can't testify to the accuracy of another cop's report. That is clear hearsay, in my opinion.
take a moment to look at that, and your memory's been so refreshed, please, just look up at me without saying, reading something, please.
Yes, sir.
Your instructions
you-
last time was to not do that.
Did you identify what it is? So that they know?
Sure, yes, sir. If I may approach.
Yeah. They want to know, okay, what report is it? From who is it? Because reports have gone missing all the time. So this is sneaky by the prosecution and from Mr. I don't care. Let's hope I get away with it. But he wasn't.
They just didn't know what you were handing him.
Miss Brown. Yeah, I don't care if he reacts to, oh, I'm Mr. Brown.
I'm not personally with
I don't care.
the same.
He is not important.
When your memory's gonna refresh, you may look back up there. All right, has your memory been refreshed?
Yes.
And can you recall the name of the person that was the occupant of the premises that you gave to Officer Hill at that time?
Yes.
What was her name?
Keona Troutman.
Just a few more questions, Sergeant. Do you know a Philip Collins?
I don't.
All right. At this time, Your Honor, the state has no further questions.
All right, do any defense counsel have questions for this witness?
So he's a glorified mall cop and a sergeant now, and he answered to he met up with another cop because of guns fired, and he had to be recollected about a name. How is this important? This is, I don't see how this has to do with chain of custody at all, because it wasn't his report. He was only there because he was near. So this is buying time of witness. The prosecution is desperately trying to buy time. That's it. So they are throwing in garbage witnesses. I mean, apparently, he is one of the 28 new witnesses that is so important to clarify this. I don't see the value of his testimony at all.
Go ahead.
But the-
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You worked with APD back in 2015 and you still work with APD now, is that true?
Yes.
You were a courtesy officer at this location.
Yes.
You were subpoenaed to appear here today to give some testimony about the information that you have or remember from 2015, is that right?
Yes.
You responded, or you came to that location in the early morning of April 28th, 2015, true?
Yes.
You did not have anything to do with the investigation of what had happened that night, isn't that right?
No.
All right. Officer Hill, someone you went to the academy with, was present when you got there,
Yes.
and you were made aware that there had been apparently some sort of shooting at the location, is that right?
Yes.
Now, you were asked a while ago about the resident of one of those apartments that suffered some bullet defects. You remember that question?
Yes.
You were unable to remember on your own who lived in that apartment, true?
Prior to seeing the report, true.
Right, well, the report you were showing wasn't your report, right?
Correct.
You didn't write a report that night, did you?
No.
Okay, so it's not that your memory was refreshed. You essentially just saw a name that was written in someone else's report, and that's how you're able to say, well, that's the person who lived in that apartment. Isn't that true?
No, it was the name given based off the rent roll list that I gave to Officer Hill.
Right, but you have no independent recollection of that other than being shown officer or another report with that name in it. Isn't that right?
Could you rephrase your question?
Sure. As you sat here on the stand and you were asked who lived in the apartment, you have no independent recall as to who lived in the apartment. True?
True.
All right. You were shown a report that is not your report, but that has the name in it, and that's how you're able to tell the jury what name was given on that morning. True?
True.
Okay. You were asked by the state whether or not you know the name of Philip, somebody or the other, and you don't know anything about that person, do you?
I do not.
All right. You don't know anything about the whereabouts of anyone who lived in the apartment by the name that you mentioned a little bit earlier, Keona, something or the other, right? You don't know anything about that person.
I do know based off the rent roll that she was on the lease during 2015 when the incident occurred.
Right. You know from the rent roll that person stayed in that apartment, correct?
Yes.
And if I heard you correctly, the extent of your involvement in this case was about 5 to 10 minutes there at the scene, talking to Officer Hill, talking to someone else who had made a phone call. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. You have no further involvement in the case?
Correct.
Never called to testify?
Correct.
Never called to identify anyone?
Correct.
Just called in here this morning and showing that report from someone else. True?
I saw the report yesterday, but yes.
All right. Sergeant Butler, thank you. That's all I've got.
So this, according to the prosecution, is a vital witness to their entire case, that they had to get him back on the witness list. Worthless. Now, I do wonder who wrote that report, because it wasn't clear if it was Hill or if it was from somebody else's report. And yeah. Seriously, George, when you hear this, and you hear the prosecution whining about, oh, now I have to call a bunch of more witnesses. This is the kind of witnesses they have. Worthless.
Any other questions for the defense? Any redirect? Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you so much for your time. You are excused. Call your next witness.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the state now calls to the stand Officer Gary Baker.
Oh, okay, Officer so-and-so. I didn't hear. Oh, Miss Love is back in court. Crap. Your day will instantly be worse at the image of Miss Love.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, like that?
Yes.
Can you take a seat? State your first and last name with the spelling of both names.
Gary Baker. Spelling of Gary is Gary. Baker's Baker.
Good morning. Are you employed?
Yes,
And where are you employed?
with the City of Atlanta Police Department
And how long have you been employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
since August 29th, 2013,
And in what capacity are you employed?
as a police officer.
So he was a rookie when all this occurred, more or less.
And what rank do you hold with the Atlanta Police Department?
Police officer.
And what zone did you start working, start your employment with the Atlanta Police Department?
Zone 3.
And were you given a particular watch when you started your employment with the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, I was.
What watch were you given?
Initially, I started on morning watch.
And what hours consist of the morning watch that you won?
The morning watch hours are typically in Zone 3 from anywhere between 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. in the morning.
Were you assigned a particular beat when you started with the Atlanta Police?
He worked the graveyard shift.
When I first started, I didn't have a particular beat. I was what we call a roustabout. They give you a beat to work when you come in that night, and that's your assigned area for the night.
All right. Do you recall, and I want to direct your attention to the date of Thursday, May the 7th, 2015. Do you recall working that day?
Yes, I do.
Would you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if anything, you remember about working that day?
During that day, it was a normal shift. I received a 911 call in the area of 151 Cleveland Avenue.
And he has impeccable memory. Impeccable. Oh, he arrested QZ in 2015. Okay. An impeccable memory. Isn't that strange? It's almost as if he was reading up everything and was told this is what you're supposed to read.
In reference to a male brandishing what was described as a machine gun. Responded to the call.
A machine gun? Seriously? Now, it's not out of the question, but I don't believe a machine gun was involved in this. It might be what is popular called an assault rifle or a semi-automated, But a machine gun is something completely different, folks. Completely different. In my army days, in the artillery, we had a real machine gun that was firing. It was more than 9mm rounds, and that's yeah. You think you send a SWAT team for a machine gun, not a rookie cop. So yeah, not a machine gun.
All right, I don't see it at the call.
Okay. Excuse me. What county is that address of 151 Cleveland Avenue situated?
Fulton County.
And do you know what is located at that address? A residence, a commercial building?
It's a gas station.
Yes. And that was in 2015. Do you still know that location to be consisting of, to be a gas station?
Yes, I do.
Is it the same gas station that it once was in 2015?
They typically change hands. They go from a Exxon to a BP to a Chevron. So.
All right. Around what time were you dispatched to the 151 Cleveland Avenue location on that day?
Hi, Daily. N.Starow, you mean an light LMG, light machine gun? It would have fired 7.62 NATO. No, I do not mean a light machine gun. We had an actual machine. Let's see if I can. We had a KSP 58. Hold on while I. Well, it might. Let's see here. KSP. Well, the KSP had 762. Yeah, it looks more or less like this. So okay, you're right. You're right, Daily Quick Bites. In your terms, it's a light machine gun. But we were up. No, I was too old for that one. They did have the KSP 88, but I never got to fire with that one. And that is one of these machine guns you have to attach to a vehicle or an amphibious vehicle, and it looks like this. I wish I could. I wish I would have fired with that one. Let's see what's 12.7. Yeah, so that is slight difference. Slight difference. So, but no, that arrived after my army duty. Dark Lotus, does Sweden have compulsory military service? We had back then, and then it was removed for the professional army for about 15 years, but now it is back to compulsory military service. I can't call myself a veteran because I was never deployed anywhere. I did my 3 months of initial training and then another year. So say hello to my little friend. I don't think that's Rambo, but yeah. Okay, 0.50 BMD to us is 12.7 to you metric folks. Okay, thank you. Okay, let's get back to trial. Say hello to my little friend.
If I showed you, did you prepare a report for anything related to this case?
Yes, I did.
If I were to show you a copy of that report, would it refresh your recollection?
Yes, it would.
Not showing the defense. Okay, all right. I'm approaching the witness. Having been shown that it's not needed. Take a moment to refresh your recollection with that, and once you've had an opportunity to do so, look back up at me and don't breathe. Okay, has your memory been refreshed, Officer Baker?
Yes,
Okay, around what time were you dispatched to that location of 151 Cleveland Avenue?
approximately 2 a.m.
And what zone is Cleveland, the address that I just mentioned situated?
At that time, I'm situated in zone 3.
Is it changed?
No, still
Okay.
zone 3.
All right. All right. You indicated that dispatch informed you that there was a person with a machine gun. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
Okay. When you heard the terminology of machine gun, what kind of firearm did you have in mind at that time while you were being dispatched?
At the time, that would be something described as maybe a rifle or a weapon that fires in rapid succession. Maybe carrying a large amount of rounds, capacity of a large amount of rounds, something to that effect.
Did dispatch provide you with an identity of the caller?
They described they gave a description of a person, and they also gave a description of a vehicle as well.
Well, that's not my question, but I'll ask you something about that. Did they provide you a description of the caller?
No, they didn't. I believe it was an anonymous caller or unknown caller at the time.
Now, speaking to what you just stated on direct, did you have a description of the individual that was said to be holding the machine gun style firearm that you were told?
Yes, I remember they did give us a description, but I do not remember what the description was.
When looking at your report, help refresh that.
Possibly.
All right, you can please do so, and then we had you refresh it back. Okay, has your memory been refreshed?
Yes.
All right. What was the description that you were given?
Well, the description I was given was of a vehicle that was occupied by a male and a female, and there was a male inside the male with a female operating the vehicle, and the male had gone in and out of the store.
Okay. And did you in fact arrive at the location to which you were said to go to at that time?
Yes, I did.
And upon your arrival at that location of 151 Cleveland Avenue, what, if anything, did you see at that time?
When I arrived on scene, there was a male coming out of the store. He walked out of the store and got into the vehicle that was described to me in the call remarks.
Let's unpack some of what you just said. Do you recall which side of the vehicle he got into?
I believe he got into the passenger side of the vehicle.
And where was the female person that was accompanying him that you mentioned earlier?
I believe she was in the driver's side of the vehicle.
What description for the vehicle were you given?
That was a black Chevrolet Impala, I believe.
Were you given a license plate or tag number for it?
Yes, I was.
What were the tags that you were given, to your recollection?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm pretty sure it's in my report.
Go ahead and take a moment to refresh your memory on the report. Okay, excuse me. What was the tag of the vehicle that you were given?
The license plate was PXL8880.
I'm sorry, could you say that phonetically because I couldn't hear?
Paul X-ray Lincoln 8880.
Okay. Was it a Georgia tag?
Yes, I believe so.
Were you assigned a body cam at that time?
No.
And is it, why not?
They had not been issued to us at that time. At least in my career, I hadn't been issued a body camera.
At that time?
At that time, yeah, correct.
And did you arrive to that location alone, or were you accompanied?
I was accompanied by another officer. They sent another backup officer just in case.
And when you say a backup officer just in case, why would dispatch send a backup officer just in case?
Typically, when there's a call involving a person with a firearm, an armed person, they want to send a second or maybe even a third officer, just because, just for our safety and the public safety in general. It's kind of believed by us that if you have more than one officer, maybe two or three, then a less amount of force has to be used. And that way we can de-escalate situations better when there's more of us there.
All right. So when you arrived to that location, what, if anything, did you do? Did you have your lights on?
Not that I recall.
Did you have your siren activated?
Not that I recall.
All right. Did you exit the vehicle?
When I arrived on scene, I exited the vehicle. I saw the male that was described in the call remarks. Saw the vehicle that was described in the call remarks. Saw the male come out of the store, immediately walk to the vehicle. At that time, I approached the vehicle, asked the male if he could step out. He stepped out. I asked the male if he had a gun. He said no. At that point, I could look into the back seat of the car and saw a gun laying on the back seat of the car. From what I remember, I think the male immediately admitted that it was his gun.
Was it a machine gun? Was it? Did it have the characteristics of a machine gun? Or was it a gun, or was it a rifle? Because if you have description of a machine gun and the thing in the backseat is a little pew-pew, do you really have probable cause?
And at that point, we went ahead and detained him. And I believe the second officer there, I think he detained the female. And we just went from there.
Right. So I want to unpack a few things that you just said.
Sure.
All right. Earlier you said he initially said he didn't have one.
Correct.
But then what changed after you located that firearm?
Once I located the firearm, once I saw it, he immediately admitted, oh, that's my gun.
Was it in plain view, or was it something that you had to look a little more intently for?
It was in plain view.
Is this the type of firearm that you saw, well, the firearm that you saw that day, is it the type of firearm that you can hold with one hand, or that you must use two hands in order to discharge the ammunition?
In my belief, to use a weapon like that, you would need to use both hands.
Is this a weapon that is a single firearm, or is it one that shoots its ammunition in rapid succession?
Honestly, I don't know. With that weapon.
Oh no, Mr. I don't care. Isn't it? He's not testifying as you want to, is he?
I believe that weapon's able to be shot as quickly as you squeeze the trigger.
Are rifles generally firearms that are that discharge ammunition in rapid succession?
They can
Leading?
be.
When you observed the firearm on the back seat, what caused you to seize it?
It was described in the call remarks as that type of weapon. Typically, when people call the police, they may not know exactly, they may not be gunsmiths necessarily or know exactly specifications of gun, but they'll describe it as best they can. It's a weapon that someone would describe as a machine gun or something of that sort.
Is it unlawful?
Was the yeah, this is so stupid. There's a clear difference between single trigger pew pew and a machine gun. Even, yeah.
Oh, no, have a firearm?
No.
So why would you seize that firearm?
From what I can remember, and from what I can remember, it appeared to be a weapon that was illegally modified.
You saw that, but you didn't see if it could fire more than one round at a time. That's impressive. Did you just remember what to say?
When you say illegally modified, what is it that you mean by that?
Those weapons can be shortened, may not have a stock, or have a stock and not supposed to have a stock.
Are you saying stock?
Stock.
Stock.
STOCK, stock. It's like the back part of the weapon, like a brace almost.
And did this weapon have a stock?
To be honest, I don't remember. I do remember that we made the charge on the individual because the weapon appeared to be legally modified, and the warrant was signed by the judge, and the charge was made at that night. Sir.
And when that weapon was seized, well, let me back up. You said that when you saw that firearm, that the persons within the vehicle were detained. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
Why did you detain him?
He was the person described in the call remarks, so he was detained for our investigation, and he was also arrested because of weed possession of the vehicle as well.
Okay, all right. When you detain someone, what does that look like in an ordinary stop for an officer?
Most times they're placed in handcuffs. Try to make it clear that they're detained and they're aware that they're detained and they're not going to jail necessarily right now. They just can't leave.
And in this instance was
So there are reports about shots fired. There are reports about machine gun, and you pulled over a car that may or may not have been remotely similar to a car. They happen to have a gun in the back seat. And you only detained? This doesn't add up. Because if you have a real probable cause, you have probable for an arrest, but you just detained.
in this instance, were the occupants of that vehicle detained by handcuffs or by some other means?
From what I remember, I believe they were placed in handcuffs.
Were they ordered out of the vehicle?
I believe they were asked to step out of the vehicle and they complied and placed them in handcuffs for the detention.
And about how long did that detention
That's
last?
an arrest.
I don't remember.
So you don't know? I mean, the line has been so blurred for the last decade or so. What is an arrest and what is a detainee? And it's basically what the police says it is. And it's infuriating.
Were you able at any point to obtain names or identities for the persons that were detained at that time?
I believe I'm sure we obtained the name of the detainee, the male detainee.
And what name did you obtain?
I believe it was Quindarius Zachary.
And were you given a name for the female occupant of the vehicle?
I don't remember. Don't recall.
Would that be contained within your report?
Possibly.
Okay, would you take a moment to refresh?
Sure.
Okay. Has your memory been refreshed?
Yes.
Okay. What do you remember at this point?
I believe the female detainee was named Summer.
Okay. Did you get a last name for it?
No, I did not.
Was she taken into custody, full custody after being detained?
I don't believe so.
And why not?
I believe she was released. She didn't have any. There weren't any appropriate charges for her to be placed on.
Do you know to whom that vehicle belonged?
I don't know.
Okay. When you arrived to the location of 151 Cleveland Avenue, did you observe the occupants of the vehicle doing anything?
When I first arrived, the male got into the vehicle. I do remember we noticed each other. We looked at each other and he got into the vehicle and he started to kind of shuffle around the vehicle. Him and the female that were inside the vehicle. So there was a little bit of movement inside the car.
Okay. Now, when you say you looked at each other, can you explain for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what his demeanor was?
From what I remember, he came out of the store, took a quick glance at me, and he hurried into the vehicle.
Did he appear nervous?
He appeared in a rush. I could say that.
And in your training in your training and experience, what do you understand quick movements before you make a stop to signify?
Well,
That you're talking
in some
out of
cases-
your ass because body language interpretation means absolute crap. And anything regarding body language is like saying, I laid out tarot cards. I looked in the crystal ball. I watched the constellation of up my ass, and it told me this.
When people see the police, they may shuffle around a little bit, or maybe try to conceal something in the car, or make furtive movements to kind of put something away, or tuck something, or hide something. So it's not always the case, but you're aware of it going into situations.
Were there any other people in the area while this investigation and detention was taking place?
I don't remember.
Did you get specifications for what the type of firearm it was? the brand or the make?
I believe it was a Bushmaster Carbon 15 .223 caliber.
Shit, sorry. I forgot to unmute myself. The Bushmaster 223, besides being the worst DJ name in history, is a pistol. Now, in California, it's an assault weapon, but it is a pistol with that more or less you can put against the shoulder. So, yeah.
And when you say 223 caliber, what do you mean?
It's just a caliber of round that the weapon shoots.
And is it fair to say that when you say round, you're talking about ammunition?
Yes.
Earlier, you testified that the firearm appeared to be shortened. In your training and experience, what does the shortening of a firearm?
It depending or yeah, it's a pistol caliber carbine. Thank you, Dark Lotus. Thank you. But shortened? I mean, if the what do you call it? The butt is foldable, yeah, sure, but
Allow for a person.
this is testimony by people who don't know guns trying to explain guns to people who knows even less than guns.
To be honest, I'm not sure, but I know it's in state of Georgia code, it's illegal for whatever reason.
And with respect to the length of that firearm, did you later come to detail or learn the specifications of that firearm?
It appeared to be approximately, the barrel itself appeared to be about seven inches, I believe. I need to look at the report again to remember something like
Take a
that.
moment and look back up.
So it looked shorter, but it wasn't.
Okay. Has your memory been refreshed?
Yes.
All right. What you can answer the question.
So the barrel length was approximately 7 inches, and the entire weapon was approximately 20 inches in length.
"20 inches long." He had reports about a machine gun, and he saw a pistol about yay big. It only looked shorter because he didn't know what it was. And yeah, I mean, it might look like a short rifle, but it is a pistol. And maybe I don't know. Another testimony with limited or no use.
Was the firearm loaded?
Yes, it was.
All right. Was there anything in the chamber?
There was a round ready to fire in the chamber, yes.
Was there any magazines or clips connected to it?
Yeah, there was a double feed magazine attached to it.
Are you familiar with the terminology banana clip?
Yes.
And when you hear that terminology, is that formal usage for a magazine or street language?
It's just informal lingo.
And if you were to hear the term banana clip, what would you understand that to be?
I would understand to be a longer magazine in the shape of a banana that is typically like attached to a weapon or a rifle, something like a rifle. Yeah.
And were the magazines that were connected to this particular firearm in the form or shape of a banana, as you stated?
From what I remember, I think so.
And you stated that it was a double magazine. What do you mean by that?
It's a double feed. It's just a type of magazine. So I think both the rounds kind of appear at the top of the magazine, kind of like this.
Does that increase the capacity that can be fed into that magazine?
Uh,
Is it firearm, excuse me?
no, only one round could go in at a time. I just believe it.
Does that increase? No, you can only fire one bullet at a time.
It increases the capacity of the magazine, so you can hold more rounds.
Do you know about how much, how many live rounds can be held in a magazine?
No.
Is it normal for a rifle of this type or any type to have a double magazine, as you described?
A double feed
A
magazine?
double feed, excuse me.
How the fuck would he know?
It's not abnormal. It's not abnormal.
Earlier, you stated that the firearm was the assault style rifle was found on the back seat. Was it on a particular side of the vehicle?
I believe it's on the passenger side of the car.
And is that the side that Mr. Quindary Zachary was located?
From what I remember, yes.
Did you ever conduct a complete search of the vehicle after observing the modified firearm?
Honestly, don't remember.
Earlier, you stated that there was marijuana found inside the vehicle. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
Do you recall where it was located inside the vehicle?
I do not remember.
Do you think you may have included that in your report?
I can check. I'm not sure.
Okay, sure. Has your memory been refreshed?
Yes.
All right, you may answer the question.
There was marijuana found inside the vehicle on the driver's seat side.
And did Mr. Zachary also take claim possession of that?
Sustained.
What, if anything, was done with the marijuana after it was located?
I believe it was turned into property as evidence.
What about the firearm?
I believe that the firearm was also submitted to the Atlanta City Property Annex as evidence.
How much marijuana was found?
I believe it was 0.3 grams of marijuana.
0.3 gram. Ooh. 0.3.
Did you charge Mr. Zachary with marijuana?
From what I remember, yes.
Earlier, you stated that you got the identity of the female passenger. Does the name Summer Good ring a bell for you?
To be honest, not really, no.
Just a few more questions for you. Were any photos taken?
Okay. Thank you, Louis Thomas. There's a picture of this gun on page 87 of the PowerPoint. That damn PowerPoint who is more or less excluded in its entirety. Okay, that's what I'm going for.
Of this particular crime scene?
Not that I remember.
And was there any reason in your mind at that time to notify the gang unit?
Not that I remember. No, not that I remember.
He didn't even
Do
call
you know
the
if
gang
you
unit.
ever got the file for this particular arrest?
I do not know.
Did Lieutenant Detective Gaither get your file for this case, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you know when Darius Zachary before this arrest took place on this particular day?
Not to my recollection.
Did you know Summer Good?
No.
Do you know if there was a relationship between Darius Zachary and Summer?
No.
Do you remember what Quindarius Zachary looked like at that time?
No, I don't.
Oh, they are so searching for anything with this cop. Now, this cop may be memorizing what's in his report and stuff, but he's not a liar, at least. Not much of a liar. He won't go that far. Oh.
Was he tall or short?
I honestly don't remember.
Would you remember his face if you were to see him again?
Possibly.
Oh, come on. Let him
Would you
go.
recognize the firearm that was seized that?
Prosecutor, I don't care.
Possibly. Maybe it was a long time ago.
And by the way, these kind of things are not permissible when it comes to lineups. Is this the person you saw in that alley sort of thing? And they only show you one picture and it just happens to be the suspect. That is not proper. But on the stand, you say you don't remember him. If I show you a picture of him, can you remember this? So stupid.
What do with respect to the incident number associated with this case? Do you know what that incident number is?
Off the top of my head?
Yes,
I don't know,
what's the
okay.
incident number associated?
You want me to read it off of the?
After you refresh your recollection?
Sure. Okay.
Okay, what is it?
15-127-0278.
Are you familiar with the Julian date?
In terms of what
Of
exactly?
incident numbers.
127, yeah, it's the
Yes.
middle number.
How are the police incident numbers structured?
So the first two numbers of the year, the middle three numbers are the day of the year, and the last four numbers are the report or the incident number itself
And
from that day. Sorry. about
Okay,
that.
go ahead,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
The last four numbers are the incident number from that day, from that 24-hour period.
So the last four pertain to the amount of calls that come in, is that fair? to say?
Correct, yeah.
Do officers typically supplement reports if new information comes about at a later time?
Yes.
When? Yesterday?
Just a brief indulgence, Your Honor. Are you aware if Detective Lakia Gaither did any additional supplements to your report from this incident?
I would not have been made aware.
Is it typical for the officer to be made aware that supplements have been made to a report they may have made?
So it is allowed for other people to make supplements to his report. Well, I could assume that, but then it should his police report should be an attachment to that person's, because if Detective Investigator Gaither, if she started investigation, that should be an attachment to her report, not the other way around. Right?
Or a separate incident?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And if there were a supplement made to a report by another officer, say you in this instance, would that supplement reflect the same incident number as the one that you received for the arrest that you made?
There would be there might be
Let me rephrase the question.
go ahead.
If a supplement
Are they trying to not call Detective Gaither again? Is that why they are so insisting in getting that report in via this witness? Because remember, Detective Gaither, or Investigator Gaither, last time she was on the stand, she had no reports whatsoever. They were all missing. So where does this report come from all of a sudden? Just because it was a supplement to his, they forgot to shred it? I mean, what's going on here?
Supplement was made to a report by another officer to a report that you made. Would that supplemental report contain the same digits as yours?
Yes, it will.
Would there be an extension of digits to that report to indicate it as a supplement?
Typically, yes.
But first show it to the
It seems like they are very, very insistent in getting her report, which seems to be the only report that is saved from her. But remember, she testified on the stand. She couldn't find any of her reports. And the prosecution made a huge point in none of her reports existed. So where does this report all of a sudden come from?
a copy of State's Exhibit 2000, Juliet. Not approaching the witness. Not approaching you with what has been identified as State's Exhibit 2000, Juliet. When you had a chance to look at that exhibit and pass over with your eyes a good little while, look back up at me and I'll ask you a few more questions. Do you recognize what is depicted in State's Exhibit 2000 Juliet?
No.
All right. I am now going to approach the witness with State's Exhibits 2001 Juliet, and 2002 Juliet. And when you've had a moment to look at State's 2001 Juliet, and State's Exhibit 2002 Juliet, please look back up at me and I'll ask you a few additional questions. All right. Excuse me. In State's Exhibits 2001 and 2002 Juliet, do those look like the firearm that you recovered on the day that you arrested Mr. Quindarius Zach?
Possibly.
All right. And do those images reflect the specifications that you said that the firearm had at that time?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And at this time, does it appear that any changes have been made to those firearms from the time that you recovered it from the backseat of the vehicle that you approached on that day?
No.
Right. Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit State's Exhibits 2001 and 2002 into evidence. 2001, 2002 Juliet into evidence.
All right, those are admitted without objection.
Okay. Right. Officer Baker, did that thereabout conclude your involvement in this particular case?
Yes.
All right. I'm saying there's no further questions.
All right, do you need defense counsel have questions? All right.
Let's see if Mr. Shard points this out.
Officer Baker, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
My name is Max Shard. I represent Shane Stillwell, okay? All right. As I understand it, you approached a car and there were two occupants of that car.
Yes.
A woman who we know her name is Summer is in the driver's seat. And then Quindarius Zachary eventually opened the passenger door and was in the passenger seat. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. You were called about a firearm, correct?
Correct.
You were looking for a firearm.
Correct.
Okay. You see a firearm in the back seat. You ask Quindarius Zachary if it's his firearm.
Correct.
He initially denies it.
Correct.
He lied.
Correct.
And eventually he says, that is my firearm. He claimed the firearm.
Correct.
Okay. Quindarius Zachary is not in this courtroom today, is he?
Honestly, I don't remember, to be honest with you.
Okay. This firearm was a Bushmaster carbon 15 .223 caliber firearm, correct?
I believe so.
If you need to, I believe so. I want a certain answer. So
Right.
if you need to refresh your recollection by looking at your report, I'd ask you to do so.
Sure. No, it's the same as the report. Yeah. So
Okay.
the reason I responded that way is just because it was so long ago. So and we didn't have body cameras. So I'm going off of pure memory from what I can
Okay,
remember.
but assuming your report is correct.
Correct.
It would be a Bushmaster carbon 15 .223 caliber firearm.
Correct.
Okay. And the serial number of that firearm is D03525, correct?
I do not know. It may be in the report. Can I check?
Yes. If is that reflected in your report?
I'm not sure if it's here. I don't have it up here anymore.
I assume Mr. Short found something. I don't know what it is.
Have you refreshed your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell the jury the serial number of that firearm?
It would be D as in David 03525.
Now, you eventually seized this firearm from Quindarius Zachary, correct?
Correct.
And do you know what? Are you a ballistics expert?
No.
Okay. Do you know what NIBIN is?
I'm aware of the HCS.
Okay, and that's a database that can compare a gun to shell casings on other shooting scenes or other crime
Correct.
scenes, correct?
Mhm.
All right. Do you have anything to do with running the guns you seize through NIBIN?
No.
Okay, do you have anything to do with testing the guns that you seize as an officer for ballistics?
No.
Okay. This gun that you collected off of Quindarius Zachary, what did you do with that gun?
It was turned into the Atlanta Public Safety Annex as evidence.
And all of this happened on May 7th of 2015, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, any other defense questions?
On behalf of Mr. Williams, we have no questions.
All right. You bet, nope, okay. All right, is there any redirect for this witness? Go ahead.
You were asked a couple of questions on cross by Mr. Sharp. I just want to ask some follow-up about. You were asked if you are a ballistics expert. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Does not being a ballistics expert prevent you, or did it prevent you from being able to identify that firearm as an illegally modified assault rifle?
No.
Did you run any searches on that firearm using the serial number that you identified?
I believe so.
Okay. Did you have what results, if any, did you have with that search?
I don't believe it came back as stolen or anything like that.
I'm approaching you with what has been pre-marked the State's Exhibit 2003, Juliet.
I'm not sure what he pointed out.
I want you to answer this discrete question. Do you recognize what this is without saying what it is?
Yes.
All right. What is this?
This is a City of Atlanta Police Department arrest citation.
And what investigator issued it? Who?
Any response?
Your Honor, I would say this is not hearsay, given the fact that it is a part of the course of the investigation as it relates to law enforcement's overall duty. And I don't want to say.
But he doesn't know.
Okay, well, sustained, unless it's his report. Or his arrest citation.
So you have to get Gaither back to get that in.
I will ask a follow-up question. Does this particular exhibit bear your APD incident number for the arrest that you made?
Your Honor, that's hearsay as well.
That's not, that's not hearsay. No, that's not stated.
Overruled.
You may answer the question.
Can I compare the number to the report number? Okay.
Just because it has it, they said it themselves. It was supplement after his initial investigation was concluded. It is not his report just because it has the same number. Jesus Christ.
All right. Does it bear the same number as the incident report number for your particular arrest?
Yes, it does.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, I have no further questions.
All right, any recross? Okay, thank you for your time. You may step down, call your next witness.
All right. We are done with this one. I can't say what use he was, except, ooh, he had a gun and it looked scary. Scary gun. Boo, boo.
Remember, you're supposed to have them standing there waiting, ready to go. I'm really kind of serious about that.
Yes, Your Honor. He was in the well right there. He's going up to the.
Ah, there he is.
Raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony you're giving the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Yes, sir. State your first and last name for the court's knowledge.
Yes, sir. My name is Christopher Traugott. That's CHRISTOPHER TRAUGOTT. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning.
What?
Morning.
Can you tell the jury where you currently work?
I am currently working for the Cobb County Police Department as the crime scene supervisor.
How long have you been crime scene supervisor for Cobb County Police Department?
I just celebrated my 1 year with being with the county.
And before working in Cobb County, where did you work?
I worked for the City of Atlanta Police Department.
And what all did you do when you left, or what were you doing when you left the Atlanta Police Department?
When I left the Atlanta Police Department, I was a supervisor for the crime scene unit there.
How long were you a supervisor of the crime scene unit at APD?
I want to say 7 years.
And before that, were you a crime scene technician?
Yes, sir.
When did you first start working as a crime scene technician for the Atlanta Police Department?
I started working as a crime scene technician in January of 2013.
And when were you hired by APD?
I was hired by APD the previous year as a police recruit, but being a police officer didn't really work for me, so I went over to crime scene.
Can you briefly describe what your current duties entail with Cobb County?
My current duties entail managing the crime scene unit for the county. The police department manages all major calls like homicides, rapes, robberies of that nature, crimes against persons.
Do you still respond on scene to cases?
Yes, I am still active in responding.
Now, I wanted to turn your attention to January 13th of 2015. Did you have an opportunity to respond to an 878 Oakland Drive?
Yes, sir.
Now, on that date, how can you kind of orient the jury? How far into your time as a crime scene technician were you?
I would have been 2 years into being a crime scene technician on that date.
What did you respond to? Why were you called to that scene?
So I was initially called to that scene called in as a shots fired call. And what that means is a firearm has been discharged, but no one has been hit or otherwise injured.
Do you recall around what time you arrived?
It was early in the morning. I'd have to reference my report to give you an exact arrival time.
Would referencing your report help refresh your recollection?
Yes, please.
Your Honor. I'm asking to approach the witness with his report.
Okay.
Once your memories refresh, before you answer, just let me know.
All right.
And I'll leave that up there in case we need it. But what time did you respond?
I got the call at 8:02 in the morning. It would have been right when I arrived at work, and I arrived there at 9:40 a.m.
Were you day shift back in that time frame?
That is correct. On that day, I was working the day shift.
And when you got there, was this a house, an apartment, a business? What was 878 Oakland Drive?
This was a residential home.
What did you see when you first arrived?
When I first arrived, I met with the officer on scene. I believe it was Officer Campbell who was on the scene. And I just saw a house. It wasn't until I stopped to inspect the scene that I saw anything else. But initially arriving on the scene, I saw a house with green trash cans in front of it.
Now, Your Honor, I am approaching the witness with what's been marked as 1 Delta Delta Delta
through 31, Delta, Delta, Delta. If any defense counsel wants to see.
Okay.
Cross-reference.
All right, maybe I'll get together
Doesn't have any-
beforehand.
The problem, Your Honor, is that what's being shared doesn't have exhibit numbers, so there's no way to cross-reference, for us to cross-reference.
All right, maybe I'll get together 10 minutes before we start and just say, here's my evidence for the day. Okay, I've seen it.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Delta, Delta. And before you came in to testify, did you have the opportunity to review 1 through 31, Delta, 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 those copies before you?
Yes, sir. I've had a chance to review these photos.
And what are those?
These are photographs from the crime scene that I took.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the crime scene photos from January 13th, 2015?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence states exhibits 1 through 31, Delta, Delta, Delta.
All right, admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Publishing states exhibit 1, Delta, Delta, Delta. Now, you had mentioned when you got there was that house with the green trash cans. Is that what's depicted in 1, Delta, Delta, Delta?
Yes, sir.
And that's the 878 Oakland Drive?
Yes, I believe there should be a photo with the address in here as well.
Publishing 2, Delta, Delta, Delta. Is this the roadway that the street and the surrounding area from where you responded to?
Yes, it is.
And I wanted to ask you, what was the Atlanta Police Department case number associated with this crime scene you responded to?
It would have been early in the year, so it would have been 15013, and the last 4 numbers would have been.
Do you need to refresh your report?
Yes, would have been 0459.
0459?
Yes.
So in total, can you say that one time?
150130459.
Thank you. Publishing 3, Delta, Delta, Delta. Can you describe for the jury what is depicted in this photograph?
So the previous photo we saw was of the roadway, and this is another photograph of that same roadway where I have marked using yellow evidence markers all of the points of evidence. In this case, I believe was shell casings.
So what do each of those?
He's a yellow flag guy. It's a yellow flag guy. Hold on. Library. Yellow.
Yellow flag guy in the morning light. Not quite sharp, but he's trying right. Marks the clues with yellow signs. Never solves a case, but keeps us alive. He walks around with his flag in hand. Marks the spots like he's in command. Yellow flags on every scene. He's a part of the team, though he's rarely seen. Yellow flag guy, that's his name. Not a mastermind, but it's all the same. Does his part in his own small way. Yellow flags make sure nothing strays.
We have a yellow flag guy on the stand. There is more than one. Oh.
Placards represent?
Each of those placards would represent the location of a shell casing.
How many shell casings were on scene of this crime scene that you processed?
I believe there were 66 shell casings that I recovered.
And at the time that you, in your career, turning back to January 13th, 2015, was that number of shell casings low, average, or high for you as a crime scene technician at that time?
At this point in my career, this was the most number of shell casings I collected at a single scene.
And are the shell casings on this scene, are they concentrated or not concentrated at a specific area or location?
As you can clearly see, it looks like to be two concentrations. One, is this a touch screen? Can I highlight?
It's unfortunately not.
Oh, okay. Can you see the
I don't
mouse?
have like a laser pointer or
Oh.
anything yet.
Okay, as you can see, there's a concentration, looks like it's in front of the green trash cans, and there's another concentration over here, further up to where I'm close to where I'm standing from taking this photograph.
And is there any shell casings do any of the placards represent more than one shell casing?
Yes, to my recollection, placard 21 has two shell casings. I placarded them together because they were physically touching.
They were that close to one another?
Yes,
Publishing 4 Delta Delta Delta. Now, what is depicted in 4 Delta Delta Delta?
that is placard number 1, which is representing a shell casing. In this case, it is a rifle round. Rifle shell casing? Rifle shell casing, ma'am.
And your placards went from 1 to 65?
That is correct.
Publishing States Exhibits 5 Delta Delta Delta. Can you describe for the jury, one, what's depicted in 5 Delta Delta Delta?
This is what is known as a mid-range photograph. What this is this is not an overall photograph, it's closer. It's depicting evidence, but it's also depicting the evidence in relationship to where everything else is around it. So we're not seeing close-ups of individual evidence, we're seeing the evidence as they are in relationship to each other.
How many crime scene photographs did you take overall of the scene?
I'll have to reference my report.
You may.
286.
And do you take individual photographs of each placard?
Correct.
And I'm going to publish 6 Delta Delta Delta. Is this the next mid-range photograph that you were just describing?
Yes, sir.
And is this from placards 7 through 18?
Yes, they are.
All of which are shell casings?
Yes, sir.
Publishing 7 Delta Delta Delta. Is this another mid-range photograph?
Yes, sir.
And all of these thus far, what part of the location have they been in?
They've all been in the street, in front of the house.
Publishing States Exhibit 8 Delta Delta Delta. Can you describe for the jury where these shell casings are?
This would be the driveway.
Publishing 9 Delta Delta Delta. Is this another mid-range photograph of additional shell casings?
This is more of an overall photograph, but yes, it is a mid-range in the sense that you're showing the evidence 30 and 31 in relationship to where they are with the rest of the crime scene.
Publishing 10 Delta Delta Delta.
Okay, I'm going to skip ahead here because it's just yellow flags. And photo. And stuff.
And okay, thank you for your time. You're excused. Do y'all need a bathroom break? Are we gonna? All right, let's take a quick restroom break. Have your next witness ready.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
See if they have anything to say meanwhile. Nope. Pause over. Generic white guy, yellow flag guy is done. Oh, all right, here we go. Now we are going to listen to QZ's attorney who has something to say, and then what Miss Love has to say. This is the thumbnail. Miss Love is doing what she's been reprehensible as per usual. But let's listen to it first, and then I have words.
See, you're here with us again. Do we have news developments?
No, just for the record, no. They wanted yesterday to go ahead and meet with my client in the office. I went over there, they went over there, and they listened to what the doctor had to say. He has pneumonia, he won't be released maybe until the 19th. I spoke with him, the DA and Investigator Love. I spoke with him. He takes 2 oxygen, 10 milligrams each every 4 to 6 hours.
Okay.
10 milligrams. Dun, dun, dun. Let's see. Checking here too. No, not that one. So 10 milligrams is medium, but every 4 to 6 hours. Normally it's morning and afternoon, but he has 4 to 6 hours, so that would mean he has 6 times a day. That is not a low dosage. That's not a lot for someone with chronic sickle pain and pneumonia. But remember, QZ has pneumonia, which is medicated in itself. And reading up on the side effects of oxycodone, the risks with oxycodone are greater when taken with other kinds of medication. So it might be that his dosage is lowered because he has pneumonia.
And he has to take that. He's in a situation that.
And it's still something you can't take and drive at the same time.
He gets put under a stressful situation, he'll have a crash. It'll be a crisis situation, he'll be back over there. I spoke to him with State of My Place. He said he made a statement 10 years ago. He said, I don't remember what happened yesterday sometimes. So he's in a bad situation. They have a statement. If they want to get the statement in, that's fine. But he is not going to take a stand respectfully.
Well, he is if I tell him to.
No, I understand that. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is he's not going to take the stand and have a clear head. He has to take this medication. And the doctor even made a comment when I asked him, about his mental ability to understand what's going on if he's taking this medication. He said, no, he would have problems. So I would ask you allow me to prepare an order, allow him to go home. His grandmother died yesterday or day before. He wants to go to the funeral.
Yeah, so he's highly medicated. His grandmother just passed away. Funeral is coming up.
We will give you, he can wear a GPS monitor. He is not going anywhere. He's extremely sick.
Ms. Love.
Reasons that are apparent, we had someone there and I was appreciative of Mr. Scheib going with us. But what the doctors said is that that medication would not affect his ability to.
Not one doctor would ever say what she claims. Not one. 99.9%. Miss Love is lying again. 99.9%. She is lying to the court again. Opioids will affect your mind and your head. There's no way around it. So Miss Love, let's say she's misrepresenting to the court. But this is in line of what she does. I told you, I've been covering the Shane Kendall case. He died in Fulton County Jail because she put him there, knowing his mental state and his mental incapabilities, and he died there because of it. She doesn't care about human life. Not one bit. So her lying to the court about what the doctor said, because she knows that if something happens to QZ, that will be a separate issue besides this trial. So whatever happens with QZ will be a separate issue. They will just move along. And if she is punished for it, that is way, way later. But as of now, she is lying to the court again.
Recall to think clearly. And in fact, he could have been released as early as today. And they said that they would keep him no later than the 19th. The touch of pneumonia is not.
Touch of pneumonia.
You stupid woman. You stupid woman.
Touch of pneumonia while sickle cell is extremely dangerous. Not just because he has sickle cell and pneumonia, which causes pain on top of pain. Oxycodone that he takes to manage the pain, if taken with other medications, which he has to, it increases the risk of respiratory depression. It may cause lethal respiratory depression with sickle cell, with pneumonia, with medications, and on top of that, the stress of his grandmother just passing away, and the stress of being put in jail, and the stress of being in this damn as a witness here. Adrian Love, Prosecutor Adrian Love, knows this, and she doesn't care because she is pure evil. Pure evil.
What is keeping him? It is his reported pain level that he has given them.
That is how pain levels work, you absolute fucktwat. Oh, I'm so good. Yeah, I don't care if this stream goes demonetized by YouTube. You fucktwat. You evil cunt. You bitch. You can... Oh, you measure pain level because this is not the first time he has been treated for months and months and months. This is nothing he came up with yesterday. You human trash. This is something doctors have monitored for months. Months. And you just claim it's fake. The only thing fake here, Miss Love, is you having a soul. You do not have a soul. You sold your soul to Satan to become a prosecutor.
They are keeping him to monitor. So based on the information that we have, and Your Honor, is this something that the court wants filmed?
Doesn't matter to me.
Oh, she knows. She knows. She just caught herself. Whoopsie, this is getting out to the public. How she disregards human life. What, Miss Love? Are you scared of the public knowing that you actively try to kill people? Not by strangulation or stabbing or pew-pew, but by putting them into a situation where the risk of death is imminent? Are you scared of that, Miss Love? Yeah, of course you are. Evil cunt.
Go ahead.
Okay. Based on the information that we have, I don't
You
believe
lying
that
sack
a
of shit.
conversation regarding where he goes from the hospital beyond here is necessary, because once he is released, we would like him to be brought right here to put up his testimony before there is anything else that interferes with his appearance and compliance with this.
Yeah, that affidavit, I want to see the real one. There's been one in circulation. I don't know if it's real, so I haven't addressed it. But no.
Subpoena, he's been served.
All right.
Just one more thing. I asked the district attorney yesterday, she gave me a copy of the material witness warrant. She said she would.
And I
We
will.
go ahead and allowed us to speak.
And she just whispered in, oh, and I will. You.
To the doctor with the DA. I asked her for that this morning. She doesn't have it. So I think I'm entitled to that because I think there's some problems with it, but the only way I can address it is through you because she's not giving it to me. She said she would.
And Your Honor, I don't mind providing a copy of that to Mr. Shive. The issue, and that's a wholly separate issue from the matter of what's going on right now. And I believe that part of what is happening is related to what Mr. Shive and I conversed about 2 days ago that I will not broadcast to the world. But I believe that we need to handle his client's compliance with this subpoena and his appearance in court. And we'll give him whatever he needs. He hasn't told me what he believes is a problem with it.
How the fuck would he know what the problem is if you haven't handed it over yet?
Well, I guess he hadn't seen it yet. Ms. Percival, we have a copy, don't we? We can give you a copy right now.
Ha! Yeah. Judge just said, yeah, we will hand you a copy. To Miss Love's. Oh no.
Judge, what I'm asking is just release him, let him go back.
I understand that's what you're asking, but I'm not going to do that. I already have given the okay that as long as, and it sounds like the doctors aren't.
Ask the judge. What you should do now is get the doctor to tell you what was said. Because Adrian Love lies. She lies all the time. She lies because you allow her to get away with it. Believing Miss Love on her word is like jump off the cliff. I promise you it's safe. And you go with, well, she promised. No, just no.
Saying that he's not able to testify. So if he's going to come from the hospital upon release to here to testify, it may be the best way to handle it. And then he'll be finished and then he can.
That's fine, just as long as the court understands if he's made to come here and put in a crisis situation, he could die. I mean, his situation is bad. And
All right. Well, I understand that that's what he is representing to you, but
Here's the thing, Judge. Now you are made aware of the risk and you swept it under the rug. Claiming, oh, that's just what he says. He has sickle cell. He has pneumonia. Those are severe conditions by themselves. I mean, maybe not pneumonia on a normal, healthy person, but sickle cell and pneumonia at the same time while medicated for pain and pneumonia is a high risk situation. And you just got aware of it and you ignored it. This is on you now, Paige Whitaker.
also might potentially have reasons to want to make it seem as dire as possible. And I would think that we'd be able to trust the doctors with regard to.
But you haven't heard from the doctors. You heard Miss Love tell you what some doctor might have said. And she's a lying whore. Satan's whore.
did Ms. Love, and maybe this is something to approach about, but do you have, I understand that you said that the doctor said the medications he's taking shouldn't have any impact on his ability to think clearly or recall. Did y'all at all discuss anything about, is he in some kind of a condition where any amount of stress is gonna make him fall out and die?
Well, yes.
I'm asking Ms. Love, hang on just a second.
Actually, our investigator and another chief ADA went down there, and the indication that he gave was that it would not harm him, because I believe that Mr. Scheib.
Liar. No doctor would ever say it would not harm him. Not one, you lying sack of Satan whore.
Broached the question of the impact it could have on him, and the
Okay.
doctor indicated that it would not have an adverse impact on him. But to be certain, I would rather that particular ADA or the investigator that overheard that conversation.
Overheard? That's eavesdropping on a HIPAA situation. That's illegal. That's a fucking crime.
Relay it more accurately as we can, but that is my understanding of what they
All right,
said.
and we can certainly have medical, people on standby.
Okay, well, I was there and listened to the doctor. That's wrong what she's saying. He said it would have an impact. He takes 2 oxycontin. He said it would have an impact on him. Have an impact on anybody, but that's fine.
All right, why don't we, before the lunch break, hear from
That's,
whomever that was
that's
the
not
other
bad.
party to that?
What, the lying ADA and the lying investigator? Which investigator was it? Was it
Abby,
the
if you
sexual
wanna,
harasser?
come get a copy of the material witness warrant.
Judge could also.
Do you want a copy of the affidavit as well?
If he's brought over here, I can't stay at the hospital. I can't stay here 24/7, but if he's brought over here, will I be notified? So I can be with
Would
him?
certainly expect that you would be notified as soon as the state knows anything about it.
The state's gonna notify me?
Yeah, we would not, yes, we would not have him. I'm not going to deal with him, Zachary, without Mr. Scheib.
So yes, that's a yes, right?
As long as
That
we're
is a yes.
clear.
Why would the state get information before his own lawyer?
Okay,
Thank you.
all right, you're welcome. Okay, you have your next witness ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything else before we?
Your Honor,
Auntie M, why can't they put him on Zoom? Because he would then be in hospital bed with every apparatus attached to him. And the prosecution do not want that.
could the Honorable Court also share with us, or Ms. Percival, with the court's consent, the material witness warrant and the affidavit in support thereof? I don't find any reason we should not be served with that.
That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ha!
She'll email it to everybody. Beyond that, we ready for the jury? Yes, okay.
Chief ADA before lunch.
Yeah, just when we break for lunch, that'll be great.
ADA,
Hold on, what did you say?
Chief ADA before lunch.
Yeah, just when we break for lunch, that'll be great. Morning.
Okay, next witness. Oh, sorry.
Thank you so much.
Your Honor, state calls Lieutenant A. Leduc to the stand. Lieutenant A. Leduc, Leduc, to the stand.
Duke?
First name is Allison, Allison. Last name Leduc, Leduc.
And are you employed with the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes,
And how long have you been with the Atlanta Police Department?
about 13 years.
And what is your current rank?
Lieutenant,
What unit do you serve as lieutenant over?
open records unit,
And how long have you been a lieutenant with the open records unit?
since May, so a couple months, 4 months.
If you can briefly tell the jury about your service with the Atlanta Police Department.
Yes, when I came out of the academy, I was an officer and I worked in Zone 3, which is southeast, a little bit.
Travis Ferguson. HIPAA also applies if doctor is talking to the lawyer. The doctor and the lawyer has secrecy, because the lawyer has to be informed about the situation, and Mr. accused might have given consent of the doctor talking to his lawyer. This ADA scumbag eavesdropped, according to Ms. Love, or overheard, but eavesdropped, and got information he relayed to Ms. Love, and Ms. Love lied about it. I'm very sure of that. Alison Leduc.
Southwest Atlanta. I was on the street for about 4 years. I then worked in the burglary unit in Zone 3 in the same area. After that, I made investigator, worked in Zone 3. And then I moved to Special Victims Unit, worked there for about a year and a half, made sergeant, worked in Zone 2, which is the Buckhead area. While I was a sergeant, I also went back to Special Victims Unit for about 2 years. And then I made lieutenant December 2022, worked in Zone 2 again. And then I just got moved to Open Records Unit in May of this year.
Now, I want to focus your time as when you worked in the Zone 3 area, first as a patrol officer. As a patrol officer, did some of your job duties include responding to 911 calls?
Yes.
Traffic enforcement?
Yes.
Writing police reports?
Yes.
And doing directed patrols?
Yes.
Is there anything else that you did while you were a patrol officer within Zone 3?
I also worked Crime Suppression Unit as well, which is a proactive unit.
And I know you spent some time in Zone 3. How long were you first a patrol officer in Zone 3?
Until technically I made investigator 2017. So I was an officer up until 2017, but I worked the street until the end of 2015.
And from 2015 to 2017, what did you do?
Burglary and Crime Suppression Unit.
Now, when you were a patrol officer in Zone 3, what shift did you work?
Evening watch.
And what was the evening watch time frame?
2 to 10 or 3 to 11, so shift hours.
And did you work that shift the entire time you were a patrol officer with Zone 3?
Yes.
As a patrol officer, did you have a specific beat that you worked?
Initially, no, but I was assigned a beat probably about a year and a half out in the zone. And that was 304's beat, which would be Zone 3 for the 3, and 4 is the beat area.
And how long did you work that 304 beat?
Probably about 2 years.
If you can briefly describe for the jury what areas encompass in that 304 beat.
Yes. So you're looking at the southeast side, old Turner Field area, which is now GSU Stadium, goes down to University Avenue. So that area, Summer Hill area, Haygood, Hank Aaron area.
You're on permission to approach? Yeah. And I've given to defense counsel a PowerPoint that includes the next upcoming exhibit, Your Honor. So I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 86 GG. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 86 GG?
Yes.
And how do you recognize 86 GG?
That was the main area of 304's beat.
Okay. And is that a map containing that area of 304's beat?
Yes.
And does that fairly accurately depict 304 beat and possibly some other beats within Zone 3?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit State's Exhibit 86 GG into evidence as a demonstrative.
All right, that's fine.
Permission to publish. Yeah. Thank you, Your Honor. And Your Honor, may we borrow that stick again, please? Yeah. And permission for Lieutenant Leduc to step down.
She may.
Lieutenant Leduc, if you could just indicate with the stick that area that you said with the 304 beat when you were working the zone back in 2014, 2015.
Yes. So pretty much all encompassing up to the north side of Atlanta Avenue, down Hill Street, anything to the east side of Hill Street.
Does this witness have anything of value?
Street would be Zone 6, and part of this area down here would be 305 Street.
And I'm going to ask you about some other streets within the 304 beat. You talked about, I believe, did you say Haygood?
Yes.
Atlanta Avenue. So that would be a part of 304's beat?
Yes.
And Van Ira, that's also part of 304 beat?
Yes,
And then Farrington, that's also part of 304.
yes.
All right, thank you so much. Now, as a patrol officer within 304, or even when you did investigations in 304, were you aware of any gang activity in the 304 beat?
Yes.
And how did you become aware of gang activity in the 304 beat?
Just sharing throughout the department from our gangs investigators. If they ever came to roll calls, they would share information, but also just from interacting with citizens that lived in that area.
And was there any particular gang that operated in that 304 beat?
Yes, I recall ABG, Atlanta Blood Gang.
Were there any others?
In that area, specifically for 304, that's the only one that I recall occupying that space.
And are you familiar with the location at 12 Atlanta Avenue?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that location?
It's a convenience store.
And was there any known gang activity that would occur around that particular location?
We would respond to criminal trespasses there. There would be a lot of people that would hang out around the store that would be affiliated with that gang.
You said would be affiliated with that gang? Okay. And was that during the duration of your time in Zone 3?
Yes.
Now, I want to transition to your time in Zone 3 and responding to a call. As a responding officer to a call, specifically a shooting, what are your responsibilities when you arrive on the scene?
Arriving on scene, you're going to try to make the scene safe for yourself and anybody else that's there. Check for victims, make sure the scene is secure so that way you're preserving any evidence there. And walking through the crime scene, find out what evidence you have there, making sure you speak to any witnesses that are at the location as well.
Okay, and you said something about trying to make the scene safe. What does that mean?
Well, one, making sure there's no longer a threat at the scene, but securing the scene so that way you have your crime scene located in one area where nobody can cross into that area.
And how do you secure a crime scene?
You can set up crime tape, you can position patrol vehicles, have officers set up wherever the tape is or the vehicles are.
And as a patrol officer, do you sometimes serve as a lead investigator, for lack of a better term, when you respond to shootings?
Yes, sir, primary officer.
And when you become the primary officer on the scene, what are some of your job duties and responsibilities?
Speak to the victims, speak to witnesses. You will be also doing the report as well, directing the person that responds from our ID unit who does our crime scene processing, directing them as to where evidence is, what they need to process on scene.
I want to direct your attention to January 26, 2015. Did you have the occasion to respond to 1007 Hill Street in Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes.
And is that in Fulton County?
Yes.
And as a part of your preparation, had I asked you to look at what day of the week that was?
Yes.
And what day of the week was it?
Monday.
And when you responded, did you respond to a house, an apartment, or something else?
It was like a townhouse or a duplex. So there was an A and a B unit at that location.
And initially, which duplex letter or number did you respond to?
A.
And let me ask, do you recall it being a letter or a number?
I thought I recalled it being a letter.
Would you have written where you responded to in a police report?
Yes, I would have.
Would looking at a copy of your police report help refresh your memory?
Yeah, I would have.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as identification purposes, and this is her police report as States Exhibit 87 GG. And once you remember this, that refresh your memory, I'll just look up and let me know without reading it.
So I will say apartment 1 in the narrative, A in the initial address at the top.
Okay. But it was either apartment 1 or apartment A?
Yes.
All right. And again, would that have been a 304's beat?
Yes.
Why did you respond to that location?
That was my beat. So I believe initially a supervisor was in the area and heard shots fired, and then we received multiple calls for shots fired as well as a person shot at the location.
And do you recall about what time you responded to the location?
I believe it was about 9:30 p.m.
Is this the third, fourth witness on the same thing? Sir, why is this necessary if they already have first responder, they have yellow flag guy, and they got in that Miss Gaither made a supplement. So why is this witness necessary?
And when you arrived, I know you just said that there was a sergeant who heard shots fired. Did other officers respond with you initially?
Yes.
Do you know about how many other officers responded with you?
I don't recall how many.
Once you arrived, tell the jury what you recall happening.
When we arrived at the scene, it was myself and other officers as well as a sergeant. Initially, a male answered the door, let us inside. So we were checking the house. When we went up the stairs, we found a male at the top of the stairs who advised he had been shot to his right calf. And there was a female as well that was located, she advised, in the bedroom upstairs, but closest to the front of the house, that had been shot in the right calf as well. They both advised that they had been laying in bed together. There was also two other females, I believe, that were located in a room in the rear upstairs of the house as well. We also located multiple shell casings in the street.
So we're going to go back over some of that just slightly. So when you opened the door, a male answered the door.
Yes.
Do you recall the name of that individual?
Can I check my report?
Well, looking at a copy of your report, help refresh your memory?
Yes.
Yes.
A Mr. Marcus Battle.
And without telling me his full date of birth, what year was he born?
89.
And when he opened the door, did he advise where he was in the house at the time of the shooting?
He advised he was located in a rear room at the top of the stairs.
Do you recall sitting here today how many bedrooms were in that home?
I don't recall exactly how many.
Now, once you interacted with Mr. Battle, what did you do next?
That was when we made contact with a Mr. Hunter Elston, who was at the top of the stairs.
And without giving me his full date of birth, what year was Mr. Elston born?
63.
And I think you said that you were able to speak with him.
Yes.
All right. And when you first saw him, he was shot.
Yeah, he advised he had been shot to the right calf.
Did you see any injury to him?
I most likely did. I don't recall exactly.
At this moment, do you remember in Let me turn it off now.
Go ahead.
At It always happens like that.
Okay, what's going on now?
And let me ask you this, Ms. Ledoux, before we finish, what is the incident number for this incident?
It is 150262672.
And again, this was on January 26th?
Yes.
2015?
Yes.
All right. Once, at this point, do you recall, and when I say at this point today, do you remember anything about his demeanor, Mr. Elston, when you went to that house?
I don't recall.
Now, once you spoke with Mr. Elston, what did you do next?
At that point, I believe we made contact with the female who advised that she had a gunshot wound to her right calf. And that was Miss Frida Reed.
And what was her date of birth?
1965.
And where was Miss Reed when you first made contact with her?
I don't recall exactly where she was when I first made contact with her.
Was she in the bedroom?
I don't recall.
Do you recall putting a report where you first interacted with her?
Not specifically, it says where I first interacted with her, but they both advised that they had been lying in bed in the front bedroom upstairs.
Now, you also said that you saw two other females in the home.
Yes.
What was their name and the year of birth?
Raven Davis, 1991, and Liberty Bennett, 20.
Thank you, Jessica, who says HIPAA always applies whether someone is in custody or not. The issue is there is officers at bedside when someone is in custody, so they likely hear these conversations. Yeah, between doctor and patient, but patient to attorney is still privileged unless they, if they take the steps necessary to be out of, I need to talk to my client. And unless, I would assume, because since Ms. Love used the word overheard, I would assume the situation would be that the lawyer took the doc to the side in order to have a private conversation. But somehow it was overheard. It's what I'm focusing here is because if this was a discussion, open discussion with everybody in the room, Ms. Love would have said so. But she said overheard, which I call eavesdropping. And in my opinion, if you have to eavesdrop, then you're not a part of that discussion between doctor and lawyer. Gaining yourself information about a medical situation, that falls under HIPAA, in my opinion. But good question. Thank you.
So Liberty would have been about 2 years old.
About 2 years old, yeah.
Now, once you spoke with Mr. Elston and did you speak with Raven?
I don't recall speaking to her specifically.
And you saw Ms. Bennett inside of the home, excuse me, Ms. Reed inside of the home, correct? Frida Reed.
Yes, when I first made contact with her, it would have been inside the home.
Okay. Once you spoke with Ms. Reed, what, if anything, happens next?
After speaking to her and getting statements, we most likely started processing the crime scene at that point, seeing where there was damages inside of the house, any shell casings, ensuring that they received medical attention as well, checking for any witnesses that might have seen, heard anything that had just occurred.
Hi, Dave.
And did you talk about?
Why haven't the judge just thrown out this case already? Because apparently in Fulton County, the judges have a standing order of some sort that no matter what, this should always go to the jury and then punt it to the appeals court to say if they did wrong or not. That's the Georgia way, apparently.
Getting medical services. Did Grady arrive on scene?
Yes, Grady and fire responded to the scene.
And was Mr. Elston and Ms. Reed transported to the hospital?
Yes, they were.
Now, you also said that you were able to speak with witnesses on the scene.
Yes.
How many witnesses did you speak with?
I spoke with a female who lived across the street from the location.
And what time did you arrive?
About 9:30.
And do you recall in minutes, approximately how long after you may have arrived on scene did you interact with this witness who lived across the street?
I don't recall the exact amount of time it would have taken to actually interact with her, but after speaking with the victims, going through crime scene and actually speaking to her, it could have been about 20, 25 minutes.
Let me ask, would a CAD report contain any information regarding any witnesses that you may have spoken to on the scene?
Possibly.
Will looking at a copy of the CAD report from this incident maybe help you refresh your memory as to timing of when you may have spoken to her? You have permission to approach?
Daily quick bites. What the ADA did is shady, might well violate some attorney ethics, but not HIPAA. Okay. You generally are correct on things, Daily quick bites. So I assume you're this time as well. And Dave says Daily is correct. Okay. It's a violation of attorney ethics. Listening in on what would be attorney work product, because the attorney is then preparing how he will argue this towards the judge. And the ADA decided to eavesdrop. So, okay.
I'm going to show you what the mark for identification purposes as 88GG. Just take a look at that check. It helps refresh your memory as to any information with that witness in there to help ascertain what time you may have spoken to her.
So between about 9:54 and about 10 p.m., I see the names and date of births of the victims and the witness information in here. So that could have been possibly when we were checking their information on the computer in the patrol vehicle at that time. So that would have put a time frame in about speaking to her, getting her information, sitting down in the car would have been about 20 to 30 minutes.
And you arrived at about 9:30.
Right.
Would you have gotten her information to run before or after you spoke to her?
Most likely talking to her, I would have gotten her name, date of birth, asked if she had identification. And then after speaking to her, I typically would have went back to my vehicle and ran her information on the computer.
And approximately what time did you run her information?
From this CAD report with all their info in like this, it looks like about 10 p.m.
And in speaking with this witness, was she able to provide you any information about that night? About
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
You're right.
Yes.
Six responsible to be a present sense impression, given that she spoke with her within 20 minutes or so of the
That-
police arriving on
That's,
scene.
that's not how I understood the testimony, and I don't believe the foundation has been laid.
She,
Why don't you see if you can lay a foundation for that?
okay, so did you, based on your report, speak with this witness?
Based on my report, yes.
And given that you ran her information at about 10 o'clock, would you have spoken to her before 10 o'clock? Would you have spoken to her before 10 o'clock?
Most likely, yes.
Okay. And you arrived on the scene about 9:35?
Yes.
All right. So within 25 minutes, is it fair to say you would have spoken with this witness?
Yes.
Okay. And is that typical that you would speak with the victim first and then go out and canvass the area to speak to witnesses to see if they've observed anything?
Yes.
And would that be the protocol, what you would have done on this day back in January 26, 2015?
Yes.
Today, do you remember what her being the witness, what her body language was or her demeanor was?
I don't recall.
Okay. But was she able to provide you information of what she saw and heard on the nights when you all responded?
Yes, she advised.
Don't tell me yet.
Oh, sorry.
Was she able to provide you information about what she heard and what she saw that night?
Yes.
And was that within 20 minutes of you responding to a shots fired call?
Yes.
You're around this time to state.
There's been conflicting testimony now, and we're leading and saying 20 minutes, and that's not, I don't understand that to be the testimony. And furthermore, the question is that I don't think we've gotten an answer to is, yes, there was an initial interaction, but that doesn't answer the question of when the interview or whatever we want to call it takes place.
Yeah,
So I'd also object on the grounds of confrontation clause.
Yeah, I believe the testimony is I would have spoken to her prior to 10 o'clock, which is when she put the information in the system, and she arrived at 9:30, approximately 9:30. So between 9:30 and 10 o'clock is roughly 30 minutes, and she was spoken to her before 10 o'clock.
So again, I don't know why we keep talking about 20 minutes.
She initially said she spoke with her between 20 and
Let's hear that from the witness.
Okay. About how long do you think you were on scene before you met with
And now the witness know how to answer.
or spoke with the witness on the scene?
With giving a timeline of how that incident was and how we would typically speak to victims and how we would typically look at evidence and make sure everybody gets medical attention, I would say on that scene, it could have been about 20 to 25 minutes.
I'm gonna sustain the objection.
Okay. Was she able to provide you any, without saying what she said, was she able to provide you information regarding the incident?
Yes.
Okay. After you spoke with the witness, what, if anything, did you do next?
After speaking with the witness, then it would have come down to processing the crime scene at that point and locating damages or directing ID whenever they arrived on scene to where shell casings were or damages were at that point.
And do you recall who the crime scene tech was that you had come out to that scene?
From my report, it was ID unit 7320 Sanders.
And had you had an opportunity to look at some of the pictures that were taken back on January 26, 2015?
Yes.
And in looking at those pictures, did that fairly accurately depict the scene as you recall it from January 26, 2015?
Yes.
You have permission to approach?
Nay.
I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit 1GG through 28GG. Have you had the opportunity to look at those specific pictures prior to entering court today?
Yes.
And you're on this time to say would like to consider exhibit 1GG to 28GG into evidence.
Did you say 20 or 28?
28.
All right, you're admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Looking at State's exhibit 1GG, what are we looking at State's exhibit 1GG?
It's the location, the residence that it occurred at.
And Do you recall if it was the left or the right home?
Looking at the picture, left side.
And going to 2, Gigi? Now, you said to the left, is that the one where it appears that the door is open beyond the burglar door, the other door is open?
Yes.
Okay. And looking to the other door, which is closed, do you see anything that you would determine as defects on the door that's to the right?
Yeah, from looking at the picture, yes.
Okay. But that is not the house that you responded to, the one on the right.
That's correct.
Okay. Looking at 3, Gigi? If you can describe for the jurors, what are we looking at in 3, Gigi?
Staircase inside of the residence.
And is this a staircase and where you saw Mr. Elston?
Yes, I believe so.
Looking at 4, Gigi? What is depicted in 4, Gigi?
Defects on the wall on the staircase.
And when you say defects, what do you mean?
From being struck by bullets.
Looking at 5, Gigi? Is that just a close-up of those same defects?
I believe so.
All right. 6, Gigi? Are these additional defects found within the home?
Yes.
All right. And 7, Gigi? Are these additional defects found inside of the home?
Yes.
And will all these be consistent with defects that come from gunfire?
Yes.
All right. Looking at 8, Gigi? Is that just a close-up of what we just looked at?
Yes.
All right. 9, Gigi? And in 9, Gigi, is that also a defect at the top portion of that picture?
Yes.
And I don't think you can see it here, so if you can stand up and just indicate with the pointer where that defect is on that picture. All right. You may have to stand, so. Looking at 10, Gigi, if you can identify for the jury the defect that is here as well. All right. 11, Gigi. Is that just the floor inside of the home?
Yes.
All right. 12, Gigi. What is depicted inside 12, Gigi?
I recall that being the front bedroom upstairs.
And looking at 12, Gigi, do you see the window in 12, Gigi?
Yes.
Do you see any distortion of the blinds looking at 12, Gigi?
Yes.
Okay, we can just point that out for the jury.
Here and up here.
All right. Looking at 13, Gigi. Within 13, Gigi, do you see any defects in the wall near that window that you just identified?
Yes.
If you can just point to the jury and if we can zoom in where those defects are. Scroll down.
So we're looking right here and over here.
Okay. And you said over, hold on.
Possibly some up here.
All right, is this one? Oh, sorry, tell me what it is.
Yes, that appears to be one up there.
Okay, any others?
Yeah, and possibly over there to your right.
Here? Yes. Okay. We can go to the next, that 15 GG or 14 GG. Do we see any defects here?
Yes.
And where is it?
Ceiling above the fan.
Is that right here?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now 15 GG. Do we see any additional defects?
Yes, I think that's just a close-up of the one we previously used.
All right. 16 GG. Now what's being depicted in 16 GG?
Where one of the victims was lying in bed.
And 17 GG? Is that close to that same area?
Yes.
Are you able to tell the jury what this reddish brown stain could be inside of this picture?
Yes, possibly blood.
All right. Looking at 18 GG. Any defects within 18 GG?
Yes.
Where would that defect be?
To the right of the picture frames, bottom,
Blah, 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 blah.
above the picture frames.
Yeah. I don't care.
For confirmation, in relation.
Thank you. On behalf of Mr. Williams, we have no questions.
No questions on behalf of Mr. Stillwell.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you for your time. You're excused. Your next witness.
So 3 or 4 witnesses on the same crime. This is the essential witnesses we have to bring in to show something. Bullshit, bullcrap, horse manure, whatever's. No. They could have done without these, or at least with just one of them to get the information needed. This is just delay tactics.
How lengthy are they going to be?
That'll be a little longer.
How long?
Probably about 45 minutes an hour.
Who's next?
Don't eat lunch now or in an hour?
Okay. For a second, I thought that was Kayla, but it isn't.
Christy, Kristi, Pitts, Pitts.
What, again, what was her name? Christy
Christy, Kristi, Pitts, Pitts.
Christy Pitts.
Good morning. I heard you spell your name. Has your name changed in any time recently?
It has.
Okay, what did your name used to be?
Christy Sanders.
Okay, and when did it become Pitts?
I was born in Pitts. I went back to my maiden name.
Okay, all right. And
Oh, why was it important for you, attorney, to spell out she is divorced? Why was that important?
And was it Sanders in or around or about 2015?
Yes.
Are you employed?
Yes.
What are you currently doing?
I'm a full-time professor at Purdue University Global.
And
Oh,
how long
professor.
have you been working in that capacity?
I've been working at Purdue University for about 3.5 years. I've been teaching post-secondary education for over 10 years.
Okay. And what did you do, what capacity did you work prior to beginning your teaching career?
I worked at Atlanta Police Department as a crime scene technician.
And what were your usual duties and responsibilities as a crime scene technician with the Atlanta Police Department?
I processed crime scenes that I was dispatched out to.
And when you say process, what?
The reason why, yeah, I know reports were Sanders. I had an alternative motive because, according to the people in the Catnot Williams stream, this attorney really has the hots for this witness.
What did that all entail?
Photographing of the scene, processing evidence that was collected, and testifying to those findings and to that processing.
And how long were you employed with the Atlanta Police Department?
Maybe a little over 5 years.
Were you ever a sworn law enforcement officer with post-certification?
Yes.
Were you sworn in post-certified in your capacity as a crime scene technician?
Yes.
What year did your employment with the Atlanta Police Department begin?
2013.
All right, I'm going to turn your attention to the date of January 26, 2015. Do you recall working on Monday, January 26, 2015, Dr. Pitts?
Yes.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you remember about working on that day?
I remember being dispatched out to a number of crime scenes that day.
Do you recall one of those crime scenes being 1007 Hill Street, Southeast Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes.
Okay. And in what county is that location situated?
If I recall, it's in Fulton County.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is located at that address? Is it a house, a business, or?
I would actually have to take a look at my report if possible.
Now approaching the witness with what has been pre-marked, Your Honor, as State's Exhibit 90 GG, and it has already been previously served to discovery.
Right. It appears to be a house based off of my description in one of my photographs.
Okay. So can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you recall about being dispatched to that location in that call? Do you know what kind of call it was?
According to my crime scene report, it was an aggravated assault / battery.
And what, if anything, did you observe when you arrived to that location?
What did I observe?
Did you, what did you see? Did you see anything on the ground? Did you see any people? What did you see?
I would probably have to look at photographs to be able to determine that.
Okay. I am going to approach the witness with what has been pre-marked in State's Exhibits 30, golf through 85 golf. And when you've had a chance to look at those, I mean, have you, let me ask you this question, Dr. Davis. Have you previously had an opportunity to review those exhibits that have been placed before you before coming to court?
Yes.
And what are those exhibits that have been placed before you?
These are photographs that I have taken of this crime scene.
And I'm also going to put before you what has already been previously admitted into evidence as states exhibits 1 golf, 2, 28 golf. And I'm gonna put these over here so they can remain separate. Have those exhibits identified as states exhibits 30 golf to 85 golf? Do they fairly and accurately depict the location of 1007 Hill Street, Southeast Atlanta, Georgia, as you remember that crime scene to be on the day of January 26, 2015?
Yes.
Have they been changed in any way?
They don't appear to be.
Your Honor, at this time, I now move to admit states exhibits 30 golf to 85 golf into evidence and request permission to publish at the appropriate time.
They're admitted, May.
If you will take a moment to refresh your recollection using those photos about what you may or may have not seen and look back up at me when you have had such an opportunity to do so. All right, do you need me to restate the question or?
Absolutely, please.
Okay, all right. What, if anything, did you see upon arriving to the location of 1007 Hill Street, Southeast Atlanta, Georgia on January 26, 2015?
Upon arrival, I remember seeing the first responding officer that was there, did a quick briefing with that officer. And during that briefing, I did a preliminary walkthrough, and that's when I was able to locate shell casings that was at this particular crime scene.
Do you know who the initial responding officer or officer on scene was?
According to my report, and I could be pronouncing this wrong, I think it's Ledesi.
How do you spell it?
It's Leduc.
Okay, all right. Is it fair to say that might be Leduc?
Hey, potato.
Okay, all right. And do you know who called you out to the scene? Was it Officer Leduc?
It's not. It's typically the 911 communication dispatcher.
When you arrived to that location, well, let me back up. Around or about what time did you get dispatched to that location, if you can recall?
According to the report, it was 21:33 hours.
And I'm not good with military time. Can you tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury for my sake what that my time might be?
That time is 8:33 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
All right. And was the sun up or down at that time?
If we're going off based this time when it came in, based on the dates, we're in the winter season, I would say that it's dark.
Okay. All right. I'm not good with math, but how would you, if you said 21:30?
Maybe 9 p.m.
Okay, I just want to make sure I know. All right. So I want to ask you a little bit more about your arrival. So how do you determine where to start when processing your crimes?
It's based off of training. You want to approach a crime scene in the most systematic manner possible. So before you even approach a crime scene, you should have a plan of action. And that's typically how I approach all of my crime scenes. I conduct a quick, brief walkthrough with that first responding officer or either the lead investigator that's there. Speak with them as we're walking through. I'm observing the scene. They're letting me know what they've already witnessed or uncovered. And then while I'm doing that, I'm thinking simultaneously how am I going to go ahead and process this crime scene.
And in the course of processing the crime scene, is this particular crime scene that you responded to given a case number at any point?
Yes, it is.
What is that case number associated with this crime scene?
The incident number for this one is 150-262-672.
All right. In the course of processing this crime scene that you responded to, did you, you stated earlier that you saw shell casings on the ground. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And in seeing shell casings, did you collect those shell casings?
Yes.
Do you recall how many shell casings you collected on that day?
According to my crime scene report, it was 66 pieces of evidence.
And did you collect any live projectiles? Or live rounds, rather?
No, I collected 65 shell casings and 1 projectile.
And when you say a projectile, what do you mean by that, Dr. Pitts?
So a projectile is a piece that comes off of a shell casing or a live round that has been fired. So it can be a piece of metal that's off of that.
And prior to collecting the said evidence that you obtained on that evening, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if anything, you do before removing it from the premises?
You want to photograph the crime scene in its totality. And then from there, you must photograph each individual piece of evidence. So in this instance, I collected 65 shell casings. I took 65 individual photographs of those shell casings in overall, a mid-range, and a close-up of each and every piece of evidence.
And after you take those photographs, well, let me ask you a different question. How do you distinguish shell casings one from another on the scene when you're taking pictures?
Based on the initial walkthrough that I conduct with that first responding officer, or either that lead investigator, we typically discuss, did you determine what was the entryway into this crime scene? And from there, that's how I methodically place the evidence markers on those shell casings.
With the evidence markers, are those included in the crime scene photos that you take?
Yes.
Okay. And after taking your photos of the crime scene, what, if anything, do you do with the shell casings?
I collect them.
Did you take them put them in your pocket? Did you put them in a backpack? How did you transport them or collect?
So they are not put in my pocket. That would be extremely unethical. They are individually collected and placed into a small manila envelope, meaning a little bullet bag, and they are numbered based off of the evidence markers. They are given their approximate time based on when I collect each and every piece of evidence. On that evidence bag or that bullet bag, I also clearly specify where in the crime scene they were collected at.
And do you also, on that evidence bag, include the case number associated with the crime scene?
Yes.
I should say incident. I am now going to publish a select set, Your Honor, of crime scene photos that have been previously admitted, subject to the court's rulings, starting with all right. Dr. Pitts, you can utilize the screen in front of you to track with the presentation of evidence. Excuse me. Now showing you what has been previously admitted in State's Exhibit 30 Golf. Dr. Pitts, are those little yellow things on the ground the placards that you were describing earlier?
Yes.
And with those little placards that are on this photo, be next to the shell casings that you saw outside of the residence?
Yes.
And are those the same shell casings that you described as collecting from the crime scene and putting into small bullet bags or small bullet bags?
Yes.
Now transitioning to the next State's Exhibit, which is State's Exhibit 31 Golf. Is this a different angle of additional shell casings that you took photos of on that same street?
It appears to be from a different angle of those same shell casings.
Transitioning now to State's Exhibit 32. All right. Is this a different also angle of the street that contains some of the shell casings, as you remember?
Yes.
And that moisture on the street, was that there prior to your arrival, or do you remember that to be something that came as a result of the gun shots that rang out at the crime scene, if you recall?
That was there prior to my arrival.
Okay. Now showing you what has been previously admitted as State's Exhibit, the next State's Exhibit, which is 33 Golf. Is what? Do you recall this particular residence at the crime scene?
Yes.
And what do you know this residence to be?
A house.
Okay. Is that where the incident will be? Is that the residence that is listed in? Is that the residence that is listed in your crime scene record with the address?
Yes.
Now turning to the next State's Exhibit. This exhibit here showing evidence marker 1, which is State's Exhibit 34 Golf. Is this next to one of the shell casings that you collected?
Yes.
And is that one such shell casing that you also included in your report?
Yes.
Okay, turning to the next State's Exhibit. which is State's Exhibit 35 golf. Is this another such shell casing that you've recovered?
Yes,
All right, next exhibit. What about this exhibit, 36 golf?
this is another shell casing.
30, turning to the next exhibit with evidence marker 4. Is this another shell casing that you recovered?
All right. Shell casings, shell casings, shell casings, shell casings. Oh, Mr. Short is standing up.
Is
Let's
how I
skip ahead.
document each and every crime scene that I'm dispatched out to and each and every crime scene that I process.
And is that particular crime scene record one that was drafted by yourself?
Yes,
Okay, and is that crime scene record made at or near the time that you would have performed your duties as a crime scene technician?
give or take maybe a day or two.
And would the evidence that was depicted in the photos that were published a few moments ago be included in that document?
Yes,
And would you also include any other such things that you would have, actions you would have taken that evening or thereabouts for reference purposes in the same document?
yes,
Your Honor, at this time, is that document in the same or substantially same condition as it was when you last had the opportunity to review it?
yes.
Your Honor, I'm moving to State's Exhibit 90 golf off of that.
All right, that's admitted.
All right. Do you remember, or are you able to say now, how many types of shell casings you recovered from State's exhibits from the location of 1007 Hill Street Southeast?
If I was given the opportunity to review the notes that I've brought with me today, yes.
Your Honor,
Mhm.
can I see clarification? Is
Your Honor, we had our speaking testimony in the approach. Is going to be commented.
I'm not,
I don't know. I can't tell what you're saying.
Can we, I don't want to put anything in front of the jury unless it's an objection. Can we approach this?
I'm wondering the notes. Are we speaking of her report or are there separate notes?
Sounds like they're notes separate from the report. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes,
Could,
ma'am.
could the defense be provided a copy of those notes?
Do y'all have the notes?
I brought,
They are with the witness. We would have to take a moment to, they're independent, but we can't get those.
Well, we
Okay.
don't have them. We'd like to see them, please.
Okay, I don't, have y'all seen them before? Nobody's seen them before. They've been with the witness. So, is the question just going to be to refresh her recollection?
She has notes. Wow.
All right, I mean,
She has notes that wasn't shredded. How about that? An actual witness with notes.
certainly can look at them when, if and when y'all cross-examine her. I think at this point, she's just going to look at them to refresh recollection. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. I want to transition to,
So is she not going to look at them and refresh her
yes, they're
recollection?
currently in, are they in?
no, they're here in my briefcase.
Just a brief note.
Thank you.
Okay. Dun, dun. Hey, Bernard.
So
Hey.
the listing of shell
to
casings
see you.
that breaks it down based off of the caliber, it's for a different incident date, but not for this particular address.
All right. Excuse me.
What?
I'm going to transition to the next set of questions. And I want to ask you, based on State's exhibit, which we're going to get up for you, State's exhibit 52, golf.
Wait a minute. What was that about?
Different incident date, but not for this
Different-
particular address.
Different incident date and say what now? Different incident date and address? So why is she up there?
All right, excuse me. So I'm going to transition to the next set of questions. And I want to ask you, based on State's Exhibit, which we're going to get up for you, State's Exhibit 52, golf, with the assistance of Ms. Knight. It should be coming up before you on the screen too, if you want. Okay. Based on the exhibit that's before you on the laptop, which is State's Exhibit 52, golf, are you able to, based on your training and experience, say that there are at least 2 different types of shell casings that were recovered from?
Sustained.
How many shell casing types were recovered from the crime scene based on State's Exhibit 52, golf?
Based on this photograph, it appears to be 2.
Are you able to say just based on this at least 2?
Overruled.
At least 2 based off of this photograph would be fair to say.
Oh, different incident date, same location. Okay.
To the date of January the 28th, 2015, which would have been a Wednesday. Do you recall working on that day, Dr. Pitts?
January the 28th, 2015, yes.
What do you recall working about on? What do you recall about working on that?
I would need to either look at my notes or my crime scene report.
I am now going to the first witness, which has already been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 123, Charlie. And I have now had the witness that exhibit. And after you've had a chance to review it, please look up at me and we'll continue asking questions.
What's going on here? Why is boom?
I would say that's a fair assessment.
Okay, all right. So Dr. Pitts, what do you recall about working on Wednesday, January 28th, 2015?
I recall being called out to a damage to property at 2905 Springdale Road, Southwest,
And in what county is that address located to your recollection?
Fulton County.
Okay. And based on your report, can you, or do you recall, let me ask, if that was a home or some other type of structure?
Based off of my narrative, it appears to be, not appears to be, it is an apartment.
And did you in fact actually go out to that location?
Yes.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you observe upon arrival?
I would have to see the photographs.
I am now approaching you with what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibits 1, Charlie, to 122, Charlie, and they have also been shared in the discovery process already. And I'm going to ask you preliminarily, Dr. Pitts, have you had an opportunity to view State's Exhibits 1, Charlie, and through 122, Charlie, prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
And do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes.
And how do you know what those are?
These are my photographs.
Okay. And do those exhibits that are in front of you now, that have been previously identified, fairly and accurately depict the area that you responded to on January 28, 2015?
Yes.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit said identified exhibits into evidence and publish with your permission.
And I'm sorry, I'm asking clarification. Is the state referring to 1CC or 1CCC?
Triple C, right? Triple C. I think he said it one time as just a double C, but it's triple C. Any objection? Those are admitted without, or is there objection?
No. Your Honor, these have been previously provided in discovery for this exact reason as the court is instructed, and I'm not sure.
Okay, I'm not sure if you understood my instruction yesterday, but it's okay.
But there's 3 separate PowerPoints that we gave, so we gave.
I am not, and I,
Notes from witnesses are usually evidence. Well, yeah, if she uses them, well, not, it might not be, it depends. It can be entered into the record, but also it doesn't necessarily have to be evidence. Then it's the testimony that is the evidence, not the notes that is she refreshes her recollection with. It depends on how the defense also reacts to it, because they need the notes because they are entitled to it, just in case we are in Brady violation, or if simply the notes actually doesn't say what they claim it says. You never know.
I don't think they're questioning that they have seen them before. They just don't know what's what, because when they saw it before, apparently it wasn't numbered as, you know, a specific exhibit number, or it had a different exhibit number. So they need to know what they're looking at, basically.
Your Honor, so what they have is what's being published, so we consolidated what, everything's been admitted, has been turned over, they should have, but what they have as PowerPoint are the ones we're going to admit, which is a smaller number than what the full amount of pictures are. So we're only publishing.
Okay, so have they been renumbered?
Yes.
Is the question.
Yes.
Okay, which makes it difficult for them to know what to look at, because
They have not.
15 CCC might be something different now.
They have, you just.
The exhibit number, Your Honor, is one, but on the actual way in which they are presented for the publication.
Okay, so that's why they're asking for either some clarification. But if y'all follow my instruction from earlier today, and just get together in the morning before we start and look at everything, then we shouldn't have this problem tomorrow.
Yeah, I think we didn't know that. we were gonna get
I'm not blaming anybody. It just,
You're right, if we can clarify this, I think that we just.
just give them a chance to look at them for a second.
They can take the full stack. What they have is only what's being published, so that's what.
My numbers are
They-
that full stack.
Show me the number 20.
No, listen to what I'm
Can I see those?
Sure.
Is this the whole? We gotta pull out which ones.
Okay, what's going on now? Checking the notes, I assume.
For this step, to admit
122 of them, and I do not expect 122 of them to be published or anywhere near that.
Correct. And these are all the pictures that were in the witness folder that we went over a few weeks ago. So that's what we're saying is that.
no one's denying.
So
They're just trying to figure out what's what.
All right, Your Honor, are the question remains, what states are you?
Okay, so it doesn't sound like there's any objection, so admitted without objection.
Okay.
And you may publish a select
Yes,
number of
that's
them.
the actual petition. Okay. Dr. Pitts, earlier you stated that you would need to refresh with your photos. If you have an opportunity to look through them, if you need to look through them, to see what you recall about what you saw when you arrived.
As I previously stated, based off of my crime scene report, I was dispatched out to a damaged property. Looking through these photographs, I have seen these briefly before. It does appear to be shell casings that were documented or photographed at the scene, as well as a vehicle, apartments outside and inside, as well as defects inside of some of the apartment units.
And do you recall who was the on-scene investigator upon your arrival, if any?
According to my crime scene report, I was working with or speaking with Collins.
And what was the actual address of the location to which you were dispatched?
2905 Springdale Road, Southwest,
And what county is that address situated?
Fulton County.
And do you remember whether it was daytime or nighttime when you responded to that crime scene?
Based off of the time that the call was received and the time that the call was answered, it was the early morning of January 28th, 2015.
Do you have a round or about the time that you may have went?
So this call was received at 1:01 a.m. It appears that I responded at 2:07 a.m.
Did you collect any evidence from this crime scene after you arrived?
Based off of my crime scene report, I collected 22 pieces of evidence, 17 shell casings, and 5 projectiles were collected from this crime scene.
And do you recall, based on your report, or do you recall off your independent recollection, which caliber they may have been?
Let me see if this was. Yes, based off of my notes, I collected a 9mm Luger. That was eight 9mm Luger shell casings were collected. I also collected 40 Smith & Wesson RP, and it appears to be 7 of those shell casings that were collected. I also collected a PMC 9mm Luger. It appears to be 1 of those were collected. No, I stand corrected, sorry. 5 of those. There was also a Hornady 9mm Luger that was collected, a Blazer 9mm Luger that was collected. And those were all as it relates.
Pictures,
inside.
pictures. Yeah. Pictures. Any cross-examination?
It's objected, but
Okay.
I was dispatched out to a damage to private.
past the 45 minutes anticipated, and we're at 1 p.m. now, so I'm sure people are getting hungry. So we'll pick up with this witness after the lunch break, and we'll break until 2:15.
Okay, we are done with everything up to lunch. Yeah, I mean 4.5 hours in 3 hours, and no worries, folks. I've slept plenty after getting home from work, so I can go for
All right, thank you. We'll see you back at
some time more.
Ms. Love went, but y'all were going to get the dates of the witness list that these various witnesses first ever appeared on. Have y'all been able to provide that to the defense yet?
I'll look as we're sitting here before I leave for lunch.
Okay, so I don't think you were in here yet, but somebody should have already been doing that. And in fact, y'all called a witness that we hadn't yet covered because you gave me one order that you were calling the witnesses in and then called them in a different order. Not that anybody from the defense objected, but there's Ms. Love. Ms. Love, the defense still needs the information on which witness list these recently re-added witnesses were on.
Okay, I had, earlier this morning, I had our paralegal looking at our first list that we sent out. So I'll go and get that information
Okay,
from her.
I mean, doesn't your paralegal email you
Yeah.
when they've got the information you need? Do you have to?
Yes, and
go
actually she did
physically
tell
over
me,
there?
no,
Okay.
no, I was just gonna step out and talk to her, but she already told me that, for instance, Kornbacher.
Yeah,
was
well,
a
he
na-
found Kornbacher, but anybody else?
Yes, there was another one.
Hey,
I
Breezy.
think at least 5 more that she found. I'll go and check.
Is she outside right now?
No, she's at the office. No, I stepped in because another matter came up. The court had asked me about Mr. Zachary, and I had the person there to
Okay.
address that. So
Well,
that's the
maybe
reason I
somebody
stepped
else
back
could
in.
go get the information about the witnesses, or
I'll just
do
send
you
it.
have the ADA or investigator who got the information from the hospital?
Yes, I do.
Okay, let's deal with that.
Okay. Are they going to show that? The eavesdropping. Which one is it? Which one is it? Is it the sexual harasser or is it the moron? Which could be, well, we know who the sexual harasser is, but the moron could be anyone. And Adrian Love not prepared. As per usual. And nothing is done. I mean, yes, you can scold her, but unless something is actually done, she will just continue.
Yeah. Oh, come on forward.
Yes, here he is.
Mr. Love. Hey, I'm just, if you were the person who was present for the doctor's conversation yesterday, I am wondering if the doctor said anything about whether stress would adversely impact Mr. Zachary to the extent that the doctor had concerns about, a rapidly deteriorating medical condition. Okay, was it discussed?
Specifically asked if medication would affect his mental state of mind and his ability to understand. The doctor said no.
Okay.
No evidence of that.
I call bullshit on that.
Okay, okay, and nothing about, he or she had no concerns about stress being able to, okay.
I
right,
call
thank you, I
complete bullshit on that. Complete bullshit. The man with pneumonia and sickle cell treated for both, and the doctor has no worries. Bullshit.
Appreciate your time. All right, Ms. Love, during this lunch break, please get that information to the defense. If you want to just email it to everybody.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm going to pull up the email. I think I
Okay,
saw it.
great.
So I'll
If you
I
have it
hope
right now,
Mr.
that's
Zachary's
even
Okay.
lawyer gets a proper statement from that doctor. No concerns while on Oxy and everything. Yeah, I call bullshit on that.
Steele sent us this. And Your Honor, what I was looking for was, what I'm going to go get is the email that Mr. Steele sent us this morning at 7:30. I saw it this morning, so I'm going to go and check those names and go ahead and see what names that we're looking for. And by that, I mean, he specifically identified a chunk.
Right, yes, at 7:30 this morning, so. All righty, well, Miss Love's leaving, so I'm not sure if Miss Love's coming back immediately or what's going on right now.
I was just going to the room right outside to grab my computer. I wasn't leaving. I was just going to grab it. I mean,
Y'all don't have the ability on your laptops to get your emails?
yes, my laptop is outside.
Okay, all right, well, just get the information to the defense. Okay, so we're going to take our lunch break. All right.
And lunch break. And oh, she's back. Photos. Photos.
Now, Dr. Pitt's state.
Photos. Oh, come on. Let's go to cross-examination.
72.
2672 is the last one.
Let me your involvement with the first 672. Include your case to which is,
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, cross-examination. That is an excellent question, Breezy B. Would any doctor accept liability by saying as fact that the patient would not be affected? Doctors won't even guarantee any kind of odds when speaking to patients themselves. Yeah, I call complete BS on what that ADA said. Complete BS. But we need to hear it from the doctor itself or from lawyer with an affidavit. Was that a Volvo in one of those? That's a Sentra. That's definitely not a Volvo. Oh, wait. Something happened that I missed here.
The list, and I need to forward them over to Mr. Steele.
Okay.
But,
So entire lunch and you still haven't done it.
was there something else we were supposed to argue about?
You still haven't forwarded it.
Okay, I think that, Mr. Atkins.
I'm listening.
Oh, okay.
I just had some random set of keys up here that are not mine that appeared over the lunch break.
Mr. Atkins, I think, forwarded the exhibits that he'll use with Ms. Latner's later
Okay.
today. And I didn't know, I don't believe that I can't speak for anyone. So I just wanted to make the court aware if there's any objection, we're prepared to argue it, but we did forward over. I don't think that there is. There shouldn't be. It's a CAD report and a 911 call.
Good afternoon.
Hold on. I'm just going to show you something here. If you can see it. Yeah. This is about what is actually going on in Mr. Zachary's body. In the homozygous form of sickle cell disease, inciting triggers as hypoxia, dehydration, exposure to cold and weather changes, stress, cause hemoglobin polymerization, resulting in the sickling and the increased rigidity of erythrocytes. So there's no way a doctor will say that the amount of stress with his grandmother passing away, with being put in jail, being everything, there's no way any doctor would ever say that there is no risk. It's complete BS.
Good afternoon.
So my understanding is that there's going to be a Maynard in April 2019 CAD report, no issues with that. There's going to be a Holland CAD report, no issues with that. There's going to be another one call that's already been litigated, and there's a Chandler Durham 911 call that I need to look through.
Is Ms. Latner's the next witness? I mean, we're on
No.
this witness still anyway.
She's not.
Okay,
She's
you
not.
think you'll have time to do that? Okay, all right.
And I don't think that was I would ask that the court inquire if there are any more objections about the ones that he sent over, because I think that was the extent of it, but he just wanted me to make sure that I addressed it with the court. Right.
My issue is I want to go to that Chandler Durham.
Yes,
That's
we can do
fine. We'll give you a chance to do that before.
I will check, Your Honor, and good afternoon as well. I will check what was sent to our previous motion that we filed to exclude certain portions of Ms. Latner's 911 calls as well as CAD reports. And we already itemized that, but I could check it. No problem.
Okay, well, hopefully Mr. Atkins is checked too and knows what comes in and what doesn't.
And I believe that Mr. Smith as well forwarded some exhibits that he intends to introduce with a crime scene technician that he has coming up after this witness. What was that?
So they're actually, Your Honor, from body cam footage from Halloween incident.
But it's a still shot? Or
They're screenshots from body cam.
Who's the witness?
Detective Stark. Stops.
That's not the next witness or the next witness.
I need to review what they sent over.
Okay, who's going to be the next witness after Professor or Dr. Pitts?
Dr. Pitts, it will be CST Porter.
Porter?
Yes, I think Montgomery might be the name on there.
Okay, I mean, I don't see that name on here, but there it is, Montgomery. Okay. So Montgomery and then who?
We have Miss Latner's coming, we have Miss Smith coming, and we have.
So is Miss Latner's going to be right after Montgomery?
No, in fact, it's going to
Okay,
be.
I guess what I'm asking is, could you give me in them, in order, kind of who you expect for the afternoon?
Dr. Pitts, crime scene tech, Montgomery Porter, Miss Smith, Officer Collins, Miss Latner's.
Okay.
And Starks if we reach Starks.
All right, great. All right, and whatever evidence is going to come in through those witnesses has been shared. Is that accurate?
Whatever evidence. Say that for me one more time.
Whatever evidence is going to be introduced through these witnesses has been shared.
Yes.
Okay, and as far as
Why do I have the notion she's lying again?
we know, the only thing that somebody still needs to look at is that or listen to is that 1911 call.
That's correct.
Okay.
And I'm going to review I understand that there were some stills that were apparently sent over. I need to look at that apparently from a body cam. That's the first I've heard of that. So I need to look at that, Judge.
Okay, and the stills would be with what witness?
Starks.
Starks.
The
Okay.
last one.
All right. Okay, so we've got 3 witnesses plus the one on the stand to get through before them. So y'all should have some time to do that.
I'll review
If
them,
there's
Judge.
any issue with it, just let me
I'll
know.
bring it to the court's attention. Thank you.
All right. Anything else before we get the witness back and the jury in?
No, I'm just sending over the.
Great. All right.
Okay. Now, okay. So that was what we missed. And photos. Oh, it was a Volvo.
Passenger side.
Yes, that's a Volvo. That's
Such defects that drew your attention. How would you allow?
It's above.
Utilizing this exhibit, Dr.
Yep, that's a Volvo.
States exhibit 73 Juliet. Dr. Pitts, are you able to say that, do you see any thing that may appear or defect this exhibit? Can you?
No.
Anything that you 70?
It looks like a 740.
Which is this prime Juliet.
Oh,
No.
it's an 850.
Now
Oh,
publishing states exhibit 70 Juliet.
that's a decent
What
car.
about here, Dr. Pitts? Do you see?
Let's go to.
On behalf of Mr. Williams, we have no questions.
No questions.
Hey, Blessed.
Okay.
Yeah. Volvo 850 is a freaking tank. It survives everything.
Good afternoon, Dr. Pitts.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good.
My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell. I just want to ask you a couple questions about your work on January 26th
Okay.
at 1007 Hill Street, okay?
Okay.
And if you need to refer to your reports, just let me know, and then that's fine, but we just need to, for the record, just make it clear that you're referring to your report, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you. As I understand, you were the crime scene technician on that scene, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and were you the only crime scene technician on that scene?
Yes.
And I understand your testimony is that you took a large amount of photographs and also collected shell casings.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you're at a crime scene working as a crime scene tech, do you dictate your actions or do you follow the responding officer? How does that work?
It's based off of my discretion. The first responding officer really just briefs me during that initial walkthrough of what they've uncovered, but no, they do not tell me or lead me on how to process the crime scene.
And these shell casings, I believe your testimony is you've collected 65 documented and collected 65 shell casings from that scene. Is that correct?
Yes, based on my notes, yes.
Okay. And I'm not asking for an exact measurement, but with your fingers, I guess, could you show the jury how large these shell casings are?
Are we able to pull up a photo so I can make sure that I'm referencing the correct shell
Certainly.
casing?
I believe it's the batch labeled GG.
Is it starting with 1 GG? Okay.
I know that there's some photos in there of different shell casings.
Still on 1.25 speed, so we get through it a bit faster.
Maybe about this big.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, and they're made of metal,
Yes.
and the surface of these shell casings are smooth.
Yes, I guess. I'm not an expert in the manufacturing of shell casings.
Okay, well, when you collect them, do they appear to be smooth, the surface?
For the most part, yes.
Are you familiar, as part of a crime scene technician's role, you're trained to collect fingerprints?
We are trained to process for fingerprints.
Okay, and thank you for that correction. When you say, you corrected me, I said collect, you said process. Could you explain what you mean by process?
So when you're processing a surface for fingerprints, there may not be a fingerprint that's even there to collect. And so in terms of saying collect, therefore there's something that you've brought to the surface and you're adding lifting tape, and then you are physically collecting that print off of that particular surface, and you can actually take it with you and turn
Is
it
there
over.
another process? Is there another way to process for fingerprints that involves the use of super glue causing prints to rise?
So that is called cyanoacrylate, and yes,
And that process, cyanoacrylate?
correct.
Okay. The process using cyanoacrylate, that can be used on shell casings, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The 65 shell casings in this case, were they ever processed for fingerprints using cyanoacrylate?
Cyanoacrylate, no, they were not.
Okay. And were they processed for fingerprints using any
Oh.
other method of processing evidence?
So no fingerprints taken from the crime scene. How am I not surprised?
For prints.
Let me refer to my report. According to my report, no, I turned them over to the APD crime lab for ballistics testing.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other defense counsel with questions for this witness? All right, any redirect? All right, thank you so much for your time. You're excused. Call your next witness.
All right, next witness. Just look at all these shell casings and, okay, evidence on who did it? Nothing.
Honor, at the time, state calls crime scene director Porter. I'm done report.
Who? Porter? No.
Y'all, actually, I mean, I'm not trying to be a stickler, but any little bit of time we can save, everybody would appreciate.
Well, then do something, Your Honor. This is not on the defense. This is on the prosecution.
Okay. LaShantis Porter, LaShanTise, last name Porter, Porter.
Ms. Porter, good afternoon.
Hey, how are you?
Ms. Porter, did you change your name? Did your name change?
Yes,
And what did you go by formerly?
Hill,
Where do you currently work, Ms. Porter?
Atlanta Police Crime Scene Unit,
And how long have you worked for APD?
for 19 years.
Can you tell the jury what your current role is?
I am a crime scene director for the Atlanta Police Department.
And what are some of your responsibilities in that role?
I ensure that the crime scene technicians are doing their jobs properly, processing evidence properly, collecting evidence properly. I also manage our customer service section where they do background checks.
So, no fingerprints. You have a yellow flag guy. So what do you do? Actually.
And how long have you been in that role?
For 3 months.
Oh,
In 2014. Strike that. Yeah, in 2014, what was your position?
A senior crime scene technician,
And what were some of your responsibilities as a senior crime scene technician?
responding to crime scene calls, processing evidence, and assisting with training new hires.
Now, it's kind of important to distinguish. Are you a member of law enforcement?
Yes, however, I'm a civilian employee.
Are you post-certified?
Yes, I am.
Now, Director Porter, I want to draw your attention to December 26, 2014. Were you working that day?
Yes,
And on that day, how long had you been working as a senior crime scene technician?
I thought the previous witness says she was the only person who collected evidence that day.
I believe about 2 to 3 years.
And were you on shifts or on call?
We were on shifts at the time.
And what was your shift?
I was 4 p.m. to 12 a.m.
Were you alone or with a partner?
I was alone.
So on December 26, 2014, were you dispatched to a shooting scene at 1097 Harwell Road, Southwest?
Yes,
Now, was this a business or residential area?
it was a business.
What business?
The Blue Flame.
Have you been to this business before?
At the time, I'm not sure if I had.
Is this business located in Fulton County?
Yes,
Do you know what time you were dispatched?
I was dispatched at 9:29 p.m.
Now, what was your job when you arrived on scene?
My job was to process the scene by taking photos and collecting the evidence that needed to be collected.
Now, is there a difference between searching for evidence and collecting evidence?
Yes.
What is that difference?
So if you're searching for evidence, you're combing the scene, looking for items of evidentiary value. Collecting, you have located those items and you are now collecting them for processing and submissions.
Did you search for any evidence in this case?
No, I didn't.
Did you collect any evidence in this case?
Yes.
Again, didn't the previous witness say she was the only one who did that?
What did you collect?
I collected 7 shell casings.
And where did you
What an
collect these shell
excellent
casings?
memory she has.
The shell cases were located in the parking lot of the business.
Oh, different scene.
Yes.
Did you
Thank
happen to
you,
take any
Samantha.
photographs?
Yes, I did.
About how many photographs did you take?
I took 63 photographs.
You actually photographed, took your photograph?
Repeat the question.
Sorry, do you recall, where you actually took photographs that night?
They were toward the bottom, maybe toward the street of the parking lot.
And the shell casings that you collected, were they all of the same type?
No,
Did you take any prints from the casings?
the casings were processed for prints, but there were none of value lifted.
So,
All right. What did you do with the shell casings you did collect?
Once they were collected and processed, they were submitted to our APD crime lab for ballistics analysis.
Did you perform any ballistic testing?
No,
Now, what did you do with the photographs?
the photographs were placed on a disc and sent to our photo lab.
Do you recall the case number of this particular incident?
No, I don't.
Would looking at your report help refresh your memory?
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
Yes.
Let's take a look at that. Once you guys want to look at it, look at me. Okay. And what was that case number?
It was 143602137.
Now, would your crime scene report have the same report number as the APD report number?
Yes.
I'm now showing you what's been marked as 33 Delta through 96 Delta. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
And these have been previously served to.
All right. Take a moment to look at those.
Okay. Okay, approach. Hey, how about that? That gets us to sideboard counter 252. $252, first of today, isn't it? Yeah. How about that? Skipping ahead. Okay, what's this all about then?
So there's a relevance objection to essentially, I guess, all of what the witness might be about to testify to.
Okay.
And Mr. Smith, you were trying to sort of explain the relevance. And if you can just do it here.
Yes,
Okay, then go right ahead. Explain the relevance.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay, come on.
Your Honor, these shell casings that were collected at 1097 Harwell Road, this location is just down the street from Club Crucial. It happened December 26, 2014, and it produced a knifing hit to 2905 Springdale Road, which occurred on January 28, 2015, one of the other cases that the state has presented evidence on.
Okay,
And so, Your Honor, as we're talking about the shootings and the violence that has occurred throughout this investigation, the shell casings, the fact that there is this knifing hit, it just shows various locations. We're not going to say this person had it in their hands, but the fact that there are knifing hits to locations that are in close proximity to locations where we know where we
I have no idea why it's doing that.
This, I would assume that is Miss Love's summoned demons that is causing interference. So this is a crime scene that is a bit away, but in close proximity. What?
Testing, testing. Where we know that other instances that have involved the groups of people that are an interest in this gang war have been seen and apprehended at. We believe that it's relevant because it tends to show that this particular firearm was used in at more than one location and more than one incident. So the connection of the
Was the firearm apprehended, or is it just that the ammo was, I mean, 762 to 23? I mean, those are not unusual.
locations by shell casings, it's not like it's 2 years earlier or or 20 miles away. The proximity and temporal proximity of the locations are what we believe make it relevant.
All right, and which group is it that is alleged to, that you, the state's theory at least, committed this, you said Springdale Road in this?
Yeah, so 2905 Springdale Road, yes, on January the 28th, which was,
Right.
And Your Honor, we are not going to always in each case be able to say this
Okay.
person had this gun.
Right, but I mean, was this alleged to be 2 YSL shootings
No,
or?
The 2905 Springdale Road, just one
Mhm.
second, was. January 28th.
Oh, how can you not answer that question up front? That tells me it isn't.
Was the location of Miss Antrevia,
So that's not the question.
the location of one of the witnesses that we have.
The Springdale Road,
Yes,
right, and who is alleged to, or which group is alleged to have committed that shooting?
there was, during interviews, there was an allegation, the groups that were alleged to have been involved were the groups that are listed, YSL and F Gang, but
Okay.
I cannot say,
So
there's,
for the Blue Flame and then for Springdale Road, is YSL the group alleged to have committed those shootings?
not for Blue Flame, we don't know, but the
Okay.
Springdale Road, there was an allegation that YSL committed the Springdale
Allegation.
Road shooting.
Okay.
We don't know who committed the Blue Flame, but we do know that the shell casings that were at Springdale Road were also fired at they are producing knife matches to a location just a mile away from Club Crucial in the latter part of December 2014.
All right, and is this Club Crucial, or not, I'm sorry, is this Blue Flame shooting anywhere in the indictment?
No, it's not that it's in the indictment. It's just that it's the proliferation.
It's not even in the indictment, and they have her. Jesus Christ! Here we go again.
Of violence and the location of the amount of violence caused by these weapons that have been used in these various shootings, we believe is relevant.
Okay, and is the weapon that matches both of these also, was it found in the possession of anybody who's alleged to be a YSL co-conspirator?
No, let me make sure about that. Hang on.
You should have this answer up
Y'all
front
announce
and
a
ready.
weapon that these two things match?
No, we don't have the weapon. We have shell casings, but not the gun in this particular case.
But shell casings means
And so we don't-
nothing.
And we're in showing the back and forths, we're showing the amount of shootings. And
So I know that for a lot of the different incidents, there is a theory that, there is one shooting by one gang against another, and then the other gang retaliates against the first gang, and it goes back and forth, back and forth.
Right.
Is the Blue Flame shooting alleged to have been any part of that back and forth, back and forth?
we don't have that. We don't, in as much as we don't know who committed that, all that we know is that the weapons used there were knife and hits to.
Okay, so you just want to show that, I assume we'll have some evidence that in some way ties YSL to the Springdale Road shooting. And you want to be able to show that somebody involved in that might have been involved in some other shooting, just to show that they shoot things up a lot.
Well, the count one of this indictment alleges exactly that.
Okay, but this isn't an overt act in count one of the indictment, right?
No, but it's
Okay.
it's not an overt act. No, the blue flame, no, but it is, I guess our position is it doesn't need to be an overt act to be proof of something that we are showing.
But you can't even prove it's related. You don't have a gun. You have shell casings that have or have not, that haven't no useful fingerprints. It could be a rival gang. It could be a copycat. You have zero evidence this is related. This is YSL. Or even done by somebody remotely associated with YSL. And you were supposed to hand this over. And I assume this wasn't handed over to the defense.
Okay, has there been any prior notice about this? Any argument that it's 404B or intrinsic?
Well, we have not.
Yes or no?
No, I don't think we have. No.
No notice. For the love of everything that's holy, Judge. You have told over and over again, don't do this, don't do this. Now, if you don't do anything, then the prosecution will keep doing it because, Jesus Christ.
All right, I'm going to sustain that relevance objection.
Good. Now punish them.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm going to exclude it based on relevance, 403, lack of notice.
Your
Yes,
Honor.
ma'am.
Well, Your Honor, in as much as it has produced a NIBIN hit and that they have known, we have provided that information from day one. This is not something that has been kept. And in as much as it is a firearm that has been used in a shooting that we believe.
No, you don't have the firearm.
Was committed by and perpetrated by one of the, or at least a member or associate of the enterprise that we're talking about for a reason.
Okay, well, I asked you if you had anything that tied this gun to a particular YSL co-conspirator, and you said no.
I'm sorry, but we said that 2905 Springdale Road is a location that we have heard from interviews that a YSL person shot up. We don't have a particular YSL person. And the fact that that same firearm was used less than a month.
No, you don't have the firearm. You have some shell casings. You don't have the firearm.
I mean, about a month earlier at a location about a mile away from where other YSL shootings occurred. We believe that makes it intrinsic. We've not argued, the court asked us, had we argued that? We had not argued it, no, but we do believe that it's intrinsic, it's definitely relevant. The jury could draw the conclusion that this same firearm was used in a different location. It would then be part of the evidence showing the nature of the enterprise that is described and alleged in count one. So in as much as the relevance, we believe, is that this firearm that we
you don't have the firearm
is used in another location, showing the level of the type of violence, showing the nature of the acts committed by the enterprise. We believe that it certainly meets the very, very, very low burden of relevance, and we believe it meets it. It's more than the small burden required to be relevant.
Okay, well, maybe relevance wasn't right.
And in as much as it's intrinsic, there's not notice that's required for intrinsic evidence. Evidence is just proving an element of count one. So there's no 404B analysis. There's nothing that has been argued or that suggests that somehow this would cause the jury to convict either of the defendants on grounds other than those alleged in the indictment. So we believe that it's relevant, pertinent, intrinsic, and admissible, and should not be subject to that extreme sanction of exclusion, given that this is something that has been, this particular NIBIN match, this particular information has been made known to the defense since the beginning of this case back in 2022.
It doesn't matter if it's made known. You still have to present it so that they can object. You did nothing. You have nothing. You don't have the gun. You have shell casings. That's it. That's not enough. And a mile away is not that close.
So we would ask that the court not exclude this information. And this is not a witness that is going to take a very long time. We have 2 photographs that we're going to publish. We have, I think, about maybe 30 that she took, but 60 that she took, but 2 that we were going to
All
publish.
right, well, maybe I misunderstood a little bit about what Mr. Smith was saying at the bench. It sounded, and that may be my fault. I thought he was saying the night and match was something that just got learned this week.
No.
So that was
No.
my misunderstanding. Maybe you just meant,
What?
I don't know what you meant. So you said something about things that had just occurred this week.
Well, we just put these witnesses back on the list. But no.
Okay, so I'll hear from the defense.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Well, first of all, there's a lot of irrelevant police reports that are included in discovery.
Talk into your mic,
There
please.
are many, many irrelevant police reports and irrelevant incidents that are included in discovery. So just because the state put in discovery and we didn't jump up and down doesn't all of a sudden make something relevant or pass 403. Your Honor, what the state is not telling you, and quite honestly, I don't think they're being a little misleading. The 2905 Springdale Road address.
Yes.
That's in Trivia Smith's house. No one was
Right.
ever charged with
That's what I
that.
just said.
There's no solid evidence whatsoever. The state wants to say, oh, well, we believe YSL is involved. They didn't say a name. They didn't say anyone that's allegedly did the shooting. They have no idea. And, they also know from the discovery, if we're being honest about it, there's several references to Shell Kell shooting up 2905 Springdale Road. Nothing's funny about this. And the reality is they have no clue. The police have no clue. No one was charged with it. And now they want to bring in a separate incident that involves a man, it appears from me reading the police report, a man, Mr. Strozier, who's targeted outside Blue Flame, waiting on his wife to cash out, probably a robbery. Mr. Strozier has no relation that I know of to either YSL or If Gang or anything else that would suggest this is a back and forth shooting between the 2 groups. This has nothing to do with anything.
Your Honor, if I may respond briefly. Contrary to the belief, I guess, by counsel for defendant Stillwell regarding the information that we provided to the court heard me say, and I maintained what address was at that location. I started to say the name and then I chose
Yeah.
not to say all of it, but it is alleged at that time that she had begun seeing Kelvin Watts. And this is the precipitation of the providing of that video where we see Antonio Sledge and Quindarius Zachary saying we ain't going back and forth. She provided this to the police after this shooting, right after this shooting. That's how she interfaced with Detective Dennis. So while a member of YSL, I think Mr. Zachary said something to the effect of, well, somebody said Shell Kell shot it up. But at the time that this shooting happened, she was dating Mr. Watts. And so there was, it was said sort of sheepishly, the court can hear it, it'll come in, I believe, during other testimony. But the idea that I'm certain there would be a desire that everything that we put in here is considered irrelevant, but it's not, simply because an assertion is made by.
There's no gun. You now told the court, oh, I chose not to tell it. No, you chose to withhold something. And there's rumors about somebody dating somebody.
One of the accused that it's not relevant. It is in fact relevant. It does not, there's nothing that warrants its exclusion. It meets the very low requirement for relevance, and arguments to the contrary don't take into account the information I believe we've just shared with the court. So no one has ever said anything about the victim in this case. We're not bringing up his name. We're not trying to say he has anything to do with it. But guess what? A lot of the other shootings that occurred, for instance, the location of Miss B, she wasn't an intended target. And that's the whole that's one of the themes here. We see people who aren't intended targets getting affected by the violence that's perpetrated by persons on behalf of this enterprise. And so,
But you don't have anything that says anybody in YSL or associated with YSL. There's no evidence. It was never charged to anyone. They have no clue back then, and you have no clue back now.
is that person's name, you know.
Do you have any evidence that the shooting at the Blue Flame was perpetrated on behalf of, at the direction of YSL?
Your Honor, what the evidence that we have that we believe suggests that a member of YSL was involved in that is a knife and hit.
Right. Okay. A member of YSL was involved in that is not the same as it was done at the direction of, in furtherance of YSL.
And Your Honor, I
so
get that.
all you have is that the gun used here is suspected to have, was apparently the same gun used at the Springdale Road location, which is suspected to have been done by a YSL member, but could equally have been done by somebody who's not YSL under the theory that, I mean,
Your Honor,
it's
it's
the state
circumstantial
theory,
evidence.
right? It
It's
is circumstantial evidence.
It is
All right. Right. And I mean, yes, you can prove your case based on circumstantial evidence. You have a right to do that. But I do not find that this Blue Flame incident is intrinsic to the issues in this indictment. So I am excluding it. All right. So does that mean that we're done with this witness?
Your Honor, if the court's going to exclude
Okay.
that one, then we'll.
Your Honor, can we just have a instruction to the jury to just strike
Yes.
the testimony about this
Well,
incident?
they hadn't heard much of anything yet anyway, but yes. All right.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Your Honor,
Sit
I would
down,
ask
shut
that,
up.
given that the court has decided that it has not heard very much, there's nothing that's prejudicial
Oh,
to
bullshit.
anyone that's been presented. We would ask that the court simply allow the state to have no further questions and move forward. They haven't even seen the photographs. And so to strike the information, there's nothing that has been in any way that could, you know.
Oh, sit down and shut up. Go home and sacrifice baby lambs to Satan or something.
They be considered harmful. So we'd ask that.
Well, it's not harmful, but I mean, we don't want to be confusing the jury, so I'll just tell them to disregard. You can certainly put her back on the stand and say, thank you, no further questions, but then I'm going to turn around and say, disregard all that testimony. If you want me to say it in a way that you want to come up with a particular way for me to potentially say it, I'm willing to consider it.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
The court will allow us.
Anybody need to use the restroom while we're on break anyway? Yes, okay.
Your
Think
Honor,
about it. Well, let's try to take, yes, sir.
And when you come back, or can do it now.
We can do it now.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, the court asked me some questions regarding any objections I have to a
Yes.
911 call.
Yes.
I'd like to be heard at the court's
Okay.
pleasure.
Yeah, that's fine. If we want to do that now.
We want to
Break
craft,
and then-
yes,
yeah.
yes, please.
Okay, we'll break. We'll do the crafting of the instruction. We'll take the 911 issue up. You can let the jury know it'll be at least 15 more minutes. All right, y'all try to get back here quickly so we can deal with these issues.
Okay. Break is done.
Suggestions. One thing that I have a concern with about it is just the use of the word "we" are removing.
The court is removed. I don't know what we state. So what is the we?
Is that the one in green?
So yeah, that's the one in green, Your Honor. Would the court mind advising when the court says the problem is with the word we? I don't have a problem with any pronoun.
Oh, you sneaky. You are trying to make the illusion that all the court, including the defense, are in agreement, including you. No. No.
The state, the court, I don't know.
You, Ms.
I
Lowe.
haven't gotten anything from y'all, Mr. Steele, and it may be that you just sent it to Ms. Pursfield and she'll be in here in just a minute, but you want to just
And
tell
you're-
me what it is?
Your Honor, it's reads, ladies and gentlemen, you are hereby ordered to disregard in its entirety the testimony of the last witness. State may call its next witness.
Okay, I mean, I was just going to say you are to disregard the testimony of the last witness, but I understand if you want some sort of a reason why, but it's not.
Your Honor, if I may, the other thing is, Your Honor, we were the court asked us specific questions, and I understand that what the court's ruling is regarding relevance and the admissibility of that evidence. We asked in the second email to the court that it was just a follow-up. It was the same thing. It was just a follow-up with a parenthetical at the bottom that the court allowed, should the state have additional information to present to the court regarding this matter, that we may ask for reconsideration. And that is the only reason that I asked that the court tell the jury that the court, whoever the court wishes, it's being removed. The evidence of incident 1-4.
Had she already said the incident number?
I believe she had. Didn't you have? She had. That is all that she had said. I think did she say? Yeah, she had said the incident number and location. She had never said a person's name, and we had not shown or published any photographs.
This is just Prosecutor Love trying desperately to not look bad in front of the jury. Because this is not the first time the jury has been told you have to disregard this, that, and they probably know it's because of the prosecution. So every time they are reminded that the prosecution tries to get bad stuff in and the judge orders them to forget about it.
Or tendered any photographs.
No. And there go Mr. Jingles. Hello.
All right, I'll hear from anybody.
Mr. Jingles is here. You're wet. Why are you so wet?
I just would like the instruction that we gave or asked for in writing. If you don't have it, it's what I read out.
Phrasing, but hello, everybody. Take a look at my moist pussy.
And
I'm just going to say at this time, you're to disregard the testimony of the last witness.
okay.
That way, at this time's in there, and if it comes up later, great.
And the bigger problem
Thank you, Your Honor.
with this is the state is saying we have evidence from somebody that they never disclosed to us. We've asked for expert reports. We've gotten zero. And that's been the problem the whole time.
I'm confused now about what you're talking
sure.
about. Evidence of what? Evidence that a YSL member committed the Springdale
Yeah. So it's,
thing? Well, I don't know that that would be an expert.
well, what they're saying is gang experts go out and interview people, but we don't have any of those interviews. So we're just, trusting the word of Miss Love. And that happens all the time because we don't get an expert report by saying, why is the blue flame linked to this crime? Besides just a random hit on a computer database. But that's besides the point. I understand we have a jury. We don't want it. I don't want it to read. We don't want it to read the incident. It sounds like the court is saying that it happened. It has something to do with this case. We just want to say disregard the witness's testimony. The state can call its next witness.
All right. Let's get that jury out. Oh, gosh, you're right. Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Short attention span sometimes. Was there something else on this, Ms. Love, before we move to the 911?
No, Your Honor. The court intends to get the
I'm just
instruction.
going to say at this time, you're to disregard the testimony of the last witness.
Thank you. And whenever Mr. Matthews has this.
So Judge, good afternoon. There's a 911 call that is going to be planned to be introduced by the state.
Mhm.
It's from a March 12th, 2020 theft of a vehicle call. Your Honor, I have had an opportunity to listen to the 911 call. And based on the 911 call, Your Honor, it's our position that that call is a testimonial call that would be excluded
All right.
under the confrontation
All right,
clause.
then I need to listen to it. Do you know how long after?
It's
the-
about a minute or two.
Oh, no,
couple
I
minutes.
meant how long after the incident it came in?
How long after? Oh, yes. So according to the 911 call, the caller said that over an hour ago, the theft took place.
All right, I'll take a listen.
Okay.
If somebody can cue that up for me.
Yes,
While
everybody.
they're queuing it up, Your Honor, I would submit that when you listen to the call, it's not going to indicate that it's thwarting an ongoing crime. It's not going to be to seek any assistance in any situation involving immediate danger. And the callers, Chandler Durham or this other person, hasn't been called as a witness. We've never had an opportunity to cross-examine this person at any prior proceedings or anything of that nature. So this will be the first time. So that's what makes it, in our opinion, testimonial. And the cases that I'd like to cite for the court is going to be two cases, Pitts versus the state, 280 Georgia, 288. That's an 06 case. It's been cited several times. It was one of the recent sightings on it was McCord versus the state, 305 Georgia, 318. It's a 2019 case.
All right.
This is not a present citizen impression. call that you're about to hear, in our opinion.
Mr. Atkins is queuing that up for the court.
Thank you.
And for you who are completely new here, this is Mr. Jingles. He is our supreme leader in the Mr. Jingles Viking Thugs gang. We are not a criminal enterprise. We do not accept responsibilities of anybody else's actions. And the only thing you need to do to be a member in the Mr. Jingles Viking Thugs gang is to like and subscribe. If you haven't yet.
Atlanta 911, operator 7434. What's the location of your emergency?
500 Bishop Street,
500 Bishop Street. You need police, fire, and ambulance.
Sweet Feet.
Sweet C, you need police, fire, and ambulance.
Okay,
You need police, fire, or an ambulance?
police.
And that's Sweet C, Charlie.
Say that again?
It's Sweet letter C, Charlie.
Yeah, sweet letter C as a Charlie. Yeah.
Okay. Is this a business or house, partner?
It's a business.
What's the name of it?
Hanukkah.
Sonico. Okay. What's going on at Sonico? Why you need an officer?
Stolen car.
Your car was stolen from this location?
Yeah. Well, not my car. One of my clients' car was stolen.
Okay. What color is the vehicle?
It's a black vehicle.
Is the owner of the vehicle there?
Yes, he is.
Okay. Can you ask him what year it is?
It's 2019.
And what type of car is it?
It's a Dodge a Hellcat Red Eye.
So is that a Challenger or a Charger?
Challenger.
You say Hellcat?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have the tag number available?
1 second.
Do we have a description of the person who took the vehicle?
No, I don't.
When was it taken? Today?
Yeah, about 30 minutes ago. What time it is? So about an hour. I guess it's been about an hour. I guess no over an hour.
This is your first time calling?
Yep.
Okay. The vehicle owner, what's that person's name?
Hello.
Yes, it's Atlanta 911. May I have your name?
My name is Chandler. First name Chandler, last name Durham. Durham.
Okay, Mr. Durham, what's your phone number?
404-502-2953.
That's 404-502-2953?
Yeah.
And so the officer knows it's you. Tell me what you're wearing. What color shirt and pants?
I have on a black hoodie and green sweatpants.
Black hoodie, green sweatpants. So you're black, white, Hispanic, or Asian male?
Black.
And will you be inside or outside of the location?
I'm outside.
Okay. And do you have the tag number to your vehicle?
Yeah, I'm trying to find it right.
And is it registered in the state of Georgia?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not sure if I can.
Do you see the VIN number? You have a VIN number?
Let me look on my insurance. I might have a VIN number for it. See if I can find that code. No, I don't have the VIN number.
Okay. So by the time the officer arrives, you'll need the VIN number or the tag number. I would advise you to go ahead and call your insurance company and ask them for it because they'll be able to give it to you.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right.
So, Your Honor, the caller initially says, I don't know if the court heard it, but I heard it. It says, need a police report. It's number one. There were two callers on the call. One was the owner of the business. The second one was the victim of the theft of the vehicle. And that description that the court heard, that was the description of Chandler Durham, who says, I have on a black hoodie, I'll be
Yeah.
outside, so
Seems
forth.
like they
When-
switched the phone over.
They switched the
after
phone
a few
over.
minutes to say, for him to give the details.
Right. And Durham says, hey, I have a black hoodie
Yeah.
on, green pants. I'll be outside when the police get there. So the police get there and then they do some
Hey,
further
hello.
questioning. So in our, based on the law, Your Honor, this is a testimonial call. It doesn't involve a present citizen impression, Your Honor. The court heard the call. And it was over an hour after the theft of the vehicle. So it's not to thwart an ongoing crime. And it's not to seek any assistance in a situation involving immediate danger. They don't know who took the car. They have no other information other than the car is gone when they discover it. So they call in to make a report, have a police officer come out there. Thank you, Judge.
I hear from the state.
Yes, Judge. Your Honor, clearly this call was made to report the theft of this person's property. He's not trying to implicate anyone, to get anyone in any trouble for any kind of litigation. He's trying to get his car back. And the only thing that he's describing, I believe in all of the cases that we've looked at to, or at least previously with the court's predecessor, when the court was evaluating whether or not it considered a call to be testimonial, and for the purposes of future litigation, it involved a situation where, for instance, someone called to report not an ongoing emergency, but he's violating his probation or something like that. In this case, Judge, the man's car had just gotten stolen. Even if maybe he had to walk around the parking lot for an hour, and it's really gone. But the fact remains, it was gone, and he was trying to get it back. He didn't give anyone's description but his own, and he's telling them, "I'll be out here waiting on you." So I don't believe that this falls into the category of testimonial, and we believe that it should be admitted, Your Honor.
All right. Do you have any case law about, because it's not to report a crime in progress. The crime already occurred. And it may be, we don't know whether they just discovered it, even though it occurred in 30 minutes to an hour ago or not. We don't have that information, but it's not a crime in progress, and it's not to avert immediate danger. It still also may not be something that anybody objectively would know would be used in a future prosecution. They don't seem to be saying, we think it was, the big bad wolf who stole my car. We're just saying my car's gone. So do you have anything that covers that kind of a situation in case law?
Your Honor, I can be with the court's permission, getting it while we're putting up other pieces of.
All right, she's not our next witness anyway, right? Ms. Latner's. Okay,
right.
All right. I will, understanding what the issue is, get back to y'all with a ruling before she takes the stand.
Thank you.
Okay, so do you have your next witness available?
Yes.
All right, let's get the jury out.
Your Honor, while the jury's coming in, can you just also, I just want to put on the record, because you excluded that last witness, that's also on the NIBIN chart, if that could be removed by the state.
Okay,
Thank you.
that's not in evidence yet, right? The NIBIN chart?
Put a NIBIN chart in evidence.
Are you going to ever?
Not that includes something that the court excluded. Nope.
Okay, well, make sure that it gets removed from the chart, even if the chart gets used as a demonstrative.
Yes, Your
Thank you
Honor.
for bringing that to our attention.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Ready for the jury.
What is sad here is that the judge has to tell the prosecution to remove it, because this tells me she already knows the prosecution will try to do that. Try to sneak it in. And yeah. All right, who's the next witness?
Okay, that's good. Well, hopefully they can get this set up.
Jury's coming in.
Oh, well, but stay really close because we might need you in here again. Just stand at the door for us. Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Is-
It's not be filmed.
Okay, is there any issue with that? I don't know.
Detective Starks.
Y'all come on up here. Yes. Yeah, that's what I figured, is that nobody said that before he walked in as the next witness.
Oh, is that one of the people
So,
that hasn't been vetted at all?
and honestly, y'all, even y'all keep skipping around. You will tell everybody it's going to be witnesses A, B, C, D, and E. And then it's witness A, witness E, witness D, witness B. I mean, y'all can't keep your order straight either. He was supposed to be the last witness of the day. At 1:30, when we came back from lunch, he was listed as the last witness of the day. And y'all can change it around if you want to, but.
And not only that, Your Honor, but circumstances obviously change and we have to adjust, and it's.
Okay.
What freaking circumstance changed? All that happened was that the previous witness is removed and they should ignore it. That shouldn't change anything about the next 4 witnesses.
Well, I mean, I cannot help the fact, he also, I don't think was listed on the media.
Oh, he wasn't supposed to be filmed, and they just called him in. Oh, you stupid, Miss Love, you absolute moron.
Email from last Friday,
Your Honor, we're,
probably because you didn't know that he was going to be a witness this
right,
week. but
right. We didn't know that he was going to be a witness. So we're asking, Your Honor, that he not, that his face not be.
Y'all knew he was going to be a witness this morning, and you don't bother to think about, oh, by the way, until he's already here on the stand being filmed.
Your Honor, if the court remembers, the reason that we give a list of a number of witnesses is so that we are not in the position, that we will not be in a position like yesterday where the court is admonished that we are not to have no one out there. And so as we arrange and rearrange,
I'm not faulting you for not having him on last week's list because things changed, but I am saying that if you have concerns about a witness being filmed, then please raise it maybe that morning, if that's the first you're going to call that witness, and not after the witness is in the courtroom
I
and
don't
has been
disagree.
filmed.
I don't disagree.
Okay,
I
because
don't.
there is nothing I can do
I
about the
know.
fact that he was filmed. So
So
with
we-
regard to further filming of him,
We are asking that he not be further filmed.
okay.
Please.
And I
Thank
think
you.
that given the reason given, that that is reasonable, so I don't have a problem with that. Anybody have a problem with that? Media does not, that are in the courtroom, defense attorneys, nobody has a problem. All right, fantastic. And that, what have we been doing, just last initial?
We, with respect to the name, I don't think that we've been concealing the name. We've just not been showing the faces. So I don't, let me make sure about that because,
Well, what is in the order says that anything that displays the name, display first initial, last initial, I would say.
Yes,
y'all
that
want
part.
As well. Okay, and then, but audio is fine, right? Just not the victim, I mean, the witness's face,
Right.
not the witness's name.
right, thank you.
All righty, so let's stop the filming, get him on the stand.
Oh, for frick's sake. What a cluster F.
Okay. I don't know. Oh, I think so. Beats me. This time you're to disregard the test. There's a different. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you will notice that there's a different witness in front of you right now. And I'm going to instruct you at this time, you're to disregard the testimony of the last witness. If you'll swear this witness for us.
Yes, I'm Javaria Starks, Jarvarious. Last name is Starks, Starks.
Good afternoon, Detective Starks.
Good afternoon.
Detective Starks, where do you work?
I'm currently employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been there?
I've been employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department since 2012.
What is your current position with APD?
I'm currently a detective with the Atlanta Police Department.
Back in November 2020, what was your position?
I was a detective.
What are some of your responsibilities as a detective?
I investigate things such as robberies, homicides, auto thefts, entering autos, burglaries, shoplifting.
And are you post-certified?
I am.
And have you maintained that post-certification throughout your career?
I have.
I want to turn your attention to November 24th, 2020. Now, did you respond to a call at 4275 Walton Crossings, apartment 3216?
Yes, sir, I did.
And is that location in Fulton County?
Yes, sir.
And What is this location? Is it apartment, business? What is it?
It's an apartment complex.
And was it a 1 or 2 bedroom apartment that you responded to?
I believe it was a 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom.
Now, can you orient the jury on why you were called?
Yes. So I responded to the location to assist with a search warrant. The warrant was for a person and for ammunition, guns, and cellular devices.
Let's just say it took me seconds to find him. Yeah. But I will not show.
Now, when you
Because it's
responded to
already
the
been
call, were
shown.
you alone or were you with a partner?
I was transported to the apartment complex with Sergeant Price, and we met other people there, the people who actually executed the warrant and other members of my team.
Do you typically travel with a partner?
Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't.
Now, you mentioned that you were there to aid in the assistance of the search warrant.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when you arrived at the location, were you assigned to a specific area to search?
When I arrived to this apartment, I started searching around the bedroom and closet area of the apartment.
Why did you search that area?
When I initially came to the apartment, I was escorted in, and they showed me stuff that was already found, so I just started that way.
Did you find anything in the bedroom?
Yes, sir.
And what did you find?
In the closet, I found a rifle. Also located in the closet inside of a shoebox, I found a shoebox with a driver license and passport and other cards that belong to Chandler Durham.
Do you know who the residence was of this apartment complex? Or
I'm pushing it up to 1.5 speed.
I believe it was a female. I don't remember her name.
what did you do with the items that you found?
The items that I found, I gave it to Investigator Belknap because he was the lead investigator on the search warrant.
And did you or Belknap prepare the search warrant for that residence?
Investigator Belknap prepared the search warrant.
Did you prepare a report in this case?
No, sir, I did not.
Were you wearing body camera that day?
Yes, sir, I was.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm now showing you what's been pre-marked as 6-3 Paul and 4 Paul. Take a look at this.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize those items?
Yes, sir.
And what are they?
It's a rifle that I located in the closet and the ID of Chandler Durham that I located in the shoebox was inside of the closet.
Are they a fair and accurate representation of the items depicted on your body cam that day?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, this time the state moves to admit 3 Papa and 4 Papa.
All right, those are admitted.
I'm now going to publish 3 Papa. And Detective Starks, what are we, tell the jury what is depicted in 3 Papa?
Yes, sir. It's an ID of Chandler Durham that I located within the shoebox inside of a closet.
And what else was in that shoebox?
A passport, I believe some debit cards, credit cards of Chandler Durham.
You may.
Skipping ahead. Oh. What's the issue? What's the issue? What now?
Detective Starks, that ID, what was the name on that ID?
I believe it was Chandler Durham.
And what else did you locate or find in that shoebox?
It was a passport and I believe some debit cards.
And did those items bear the name Chandler Durham as well?
Yes.
I'm now going to publish 4 Papa.
So what? Now it's weird to have somebody else's driver's license and passport and stuff, but I mean, I believe I have my dad's passport at home, so I don't know what's the issue here. Oh, he had somebody's in a shoebox. Well, maybe that person wanted those things to be stored.
And Detective Starks, what are we, tell the jury, what are we looking at?
Yes, sir. We're looking at a rifle that was located inside of the apartment closet
And where was this? I know it was in the closet, but where was this one?
on the shelf, I believe, inside the bedroom closet.
And the items that you found, what did you do with the rifle and the box containing the identification materials?
I notified Investigator Badnap and he took collection of the evidence.
Did you do anything else?
No, sir.
Brief moment, Your Honor. No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
This is okay. So this is the guys whose car was stolen. Okay. Why would he have his driver's license and passport in the car unprotected? That sounds more like allegedly insurance fraud. He waited an hour to report it, was very calm, and then all of a sudden they find his item somewhere. In my opinion.
Detective Starks, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How you doing, sir?
I'm good. My name is Carrington Matthews, and I represent Mr. Marquavius Huey in these proceedings.
Yes, sir.
You have been a police officer with Atlanta Police Department since 2012?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were part of a team that conducted a search warrant. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And I understand it was in November 24th or so, 2020, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were not the only person that was there doing the search warrant, correct?
I was not the only one there. You're correct.
Okay. My understanding is that you did not prepare a report, correct?
You're correct.
Okay. And my understanding is that there were a couple items that you just testified to and you talked about that you located, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. You have arrest powers, right?
Yes.
You have the ability to take out warrants for people when you believe that something awry has happened and a crime has been committed, correct?
Yes.
Can you look at this jury and can you tell them that you took out a warrant for a rifle found at this particular location for Mr. Marquavius Huey?
I did not.
You had the ability to do it, right?
Yes.
You did not.
You're correct, sir.
Okay. Let's talk about the items in the shoebox. The items that you just talked about, you're not aware of any of those items that we just talked about being the result of any crimes that you took out a warrant for on November 24, 2020 for Mr. Marquavius Huey.
I did not take out any warrants dealing with the apartments or contacts in the apartments.
You had the ability to take out a warrant if you believe that a crime had occurred with respect to these items that were located on a shoebox, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, this is November 24th or so, 2020. Did you take out any warrants in 2021 for these items that you just talked about?
No.
Did you take out a warrant or anything of that nature in 2022 for the items that you just talked about?
No.
So,
and to this date, you've not taken out any warrants for any items that you found with respect to a rifle located at that location, correct?
You're correct, sir.
And the same would be for the items that you just talked about with respect to the shoebox, correct?
You're correct.
Okay.
So nobody thought it was a crime, and it's still being presented as an overt act. This is so stupid.
Now, let's talk about a couple other things. So this would have been a November 24, 2020 search warrant, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you locate a 5-star gold ring at this location?
No, sir.
Did you locate a bracelet, a gold bracelet or necklace or anything of that nature that you collected at this location that you believe was part of any type of crime?
No, sir.
Okay. Where's this headed?
Let's talk about, I think in the search warrant, detective, you talked about a need or desire to look for cellular phone information at that location, correct?
Yes.
All right. Did you locate any cellular phone that would belong to anyone that would be the name Gary Holloman?
I located a cell phone on the couch,
right?
And I turned it to Investigator Belknap. That's as far as I went with the cell phone. I didn't try to find the owner of the cell phone.
Okay. So there's one cell phone that you said you found. To your knowledge, as you sit here today and you look at this jury, you have no knowledge or information that a cell phone belonged to a Gary Holloman, correct?
I found a cell phone on the couch. I don't know who it belonged to. Okay. I turned it over to Investigator Belknap.
You have no information or evidence that any cell phone was found belonging to a Domitia Coppage, correct?
You're correct. I don't know who the cell phone belonged to.
Okay.
Apparently, somebody wants an all caps. All right. All right. 60 seconds, all caps, starting now. Go wild. Just don't curse. So, car was allegedly stolen. And then they made a search warrant and they found items and no crime committed. Nothing. Venting angry words, yes. Let it all out. Yes. Oh, yeah. Yep. Polly popcorn. I'm so upset that my grandsons won't help me clean the bathtub. Okay. All right. And 60 seconds ends in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we're done with the 60 seconds all caps. I hope you got everything out of the system. All right, let's continue.
Just 1 second, Your Honor. Take the court's indulgence. You did not locate. Strike that. Those are my questions. Thank you, Detective Starks.
Yes, sir.
Any other defense questions? Nope. Okay, any redirect? Go ahead.
Detective Starks, was this your case?
It was not my case.
Okay, whose case was it?
Investigator Belknap.
Of course, it was Investigator Belknap's. And then, there are no reports because Detective Belknap, his reports are missing too. Yeah. Hey, Cat is here. Hello, Cat. Oh.
And for a search warrant to be valid, does it have to contain information that the evidence of crime is likely to be found?
Sustained.
What does a search warrant have to contain in order for it to contain evidence, information? Strike that. Let me ask a better question. What does a search warrant have to contain? Does it have to contain information that evidence of crime is likely to be found at the place to be searched?
Again, Your Honor, that would be a leading question and also foundation.
Sustained.
Also legal conclusion. Sit down and shut up, Assistant District Attorney. I don't care.
Did you prepare the search warrant in this case?
I did not.
And as a detective, did you assist Belknap in the preparation of this case?
Objection asked and answered.
Did you assist, I'm sorry, who?
Objection to vague as well.
I'll rephrase, Your Honor.
Okay.
What additional steps did you take in the execution of the search?
No, I'm not green after my rant about Miss Love being Satan's spawn and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm demonetized. So no ad revenue on this stream. Yeah. Swings and roundabouts.
Execution of the search warrant, I searched.
I'm going to object. It's been asked and answered. Additional steps.
I don't know about additional steps overruled.
I searched and I advised Investigator Belknap of my findings inside the apartment.
Court's indulgence, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right. Thank you for your time. You may step down.
Oh, yeah, have a nice.
Do y'all have a relatively short witness? Like an hour or less? Okay, bring them on. Okay, y'all approach real fast.
Okay, that was not so secret undercover Javar Starks, who Miss Love forgot that he was supposed to not have his face up. And look at that. It's a sidebar. Sidebar counter. 253. Oh. Oh. Sidebar. Oh, Cat Note Williams says it feels like something about the stolen car story is fishy. Yeah, my immediate reaction was this sounds more like insurance fraud. But I mean, I can't pinpoint anything, but it's very, very convenient that that car went missing and they didn't call until he said at least an hour ago, which tells me they didn't notice it, and then they didn't call for another hour. I mean, yeah, it's something fishy. I agree. I agree. That's a set. Come on. Sidebar. Over. Ah. And on the stand. Okay, who's the next one? Okay, who's the next one?
Your Honor, Station Call Officer Christopher Collins to the scene.
Christopher Collins, also known as generic white person number 2.
Yeah, it's Christopher Collins. Spelling on that is CHRISTOPHER, and last name is COLLINS.
And Mr. Collins, were you formerly in law enforcement?
I was.
And how long ago were you in law enforcement?
I think I left being a police officer in 2019.
And when you were a law enforcement officer, how many agencies did you work for?
2,
And what were those 2 agencies?
City of Atlanta and the Roswell Police Department.
I want to take you to your time as a City of Atlanta Police Department, with the City of Atlanta Police Department. When did you work for the City of Atlanta?
2013 to 2016.
And when you worked for the City of Atlanta, what ranking did you have?
Just police officer.
Did you work in a specific zone?
Zone 3.
And did you work a specific beat?
Yes, 13. It's 13's beat in zone 3.
And generally, where is that beat located?
That's like the furthest southeast you kind of get in the city. So like if you were to cut like a pie of the city of Atlanta, start at Turner Field and go south.
What main roads were in the 1313?
Cleveland Avenue, Browns Mill Road, Jonesboro Road. And two.
So he worked 3 years in Atlanta and 3 years at the other place, a combined 6 years, and then he left. Why?
285 actually cuts through the bottom of it.
You got permission to approach?
You may.
(24) and 1 EE. Tell me if you recognize what's in State Exhibit 124 C and 1 EE.
Okay, triple C, that's 2905 Springdale Road. It's a apartment complex. And then the other one is a house off of Ruby H. Harper, which is right near Browns Mill Road, near the old Atlanta Police Academy.
And looking at State Exhibit 124 C, is the location of Springdale Road, is that in the 1313 beat?
No, that's in 311 beat.
And is it 311, is it 313 or 1313?
1313, so when you like it would be 313 beat.
Okay.
So the 1 means morning watch. Just going off of my basic memory from when I was a police officer. But yeah, that would be 311 beat.
And then
That's 13.
1 EE would be 313 beat.
Correct.
And does this appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of streets? First at 124 C, that's in 311 beats. And then for 1 EE, that's in 313.
Correct.
You're in this kind of state with like the tender as a demonstrative, 124 C and 1
Okay, 124 C and 1 EE. They're admitted.
And first, I'd like to publish 1. We won't publish anything yet because we have technical difficulties. I want to direct your attention to January 11th, 2015. Did you have the occasion to respond to a 3424 Ruby H. Harper Drive?
Yes,
And is that in Atlanta, Georgia?
it is.
And is that in Fulton County?
Yes.
Why did you respond to that location?
That was a shots fired call. I believe there was property damaged. There have been
And did you
weapons
respond to that
discharged.
location with any other officers?
Yes. I want to say Officer Lucky responded with me.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Officer Lucky responded with me to that one.
Okay. And if you can recall, what occurred when you responded to that location?
Without referencing my report, I know that there was a couple vehicles that had been damaged and a little bit of the structure as well.
Will looking at a copy of your report help refresh your memory as to what you did when you arrived?
It would.
Got permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 2 EE.
Okay.
Some of you recognize 2 EE.
I do. This would be a police report that I wrote that's been printed out.
And we'll look at that report, help you refresh your memory as to what you did when you arrived at 3424 Ruby H. Harper Boulevard.
Yes, it would.
Okay, you can take a moment, look at it, and let me know when it helps refresh your memory.
Okay. Yeah, this helps. I'm ready.
Okay. Do you recall what time of the day would you have arrived at that location?
That would be, this report was submitted in the morning. So let's see.
A cat. House with the shoebox in the closet was in a girl's name, wasn't it? According to chat, it was somebody's girlfriend's house.
Yeah, this was, looks like the report was submitted at 1:06 a.m.
Okay. And I apologize, you said you worked the morning watch?
Yes.
What was the time of the morning watch?
I want to say I got there at 10, left at like 6 or 7 in the morning.
So morning watch starts at 10 o'clock PM
10 p.m. Yeah.
and goes until about 6 or 7 AM?
Yes.
When you responded at about 1 o'clock AM, what did you see when you first arrived?
That there was like basically a couple vehicles that have been damaged, and I want to say the front door of the house had been shot as well.
And you said a couple cars have been damaged. Does your report indicate what cars were damaged?
Yes, it does. An Econoline van, that's a Ford van, and then a Chevrolet Caprice
And where were those two vehicles located?
in the front yard.
And did you also say that there was a door that had been shot?
Yes, front door.
The cars, what if any damage were on those vehicles?
It was the windows were broken, and another one had been shot in the front door. So it was a window and a front door of a car.
Now, while out there, were you able to see any shell casings or projectiles? And are you looking at your report to help refresh your memory?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Sandy! Thank you for your super chat. Times have changed during this trial. If somebody told me now that they are sending love my way, I would run. Oh, that's so funny. Oh. Oh. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, I need to have that on a t-shirt.
Yes. There were 24 shell casings, 9mm.
You mean the time that is left, something else is going to be fucked up by the prosecution? Oh, God.
Millimeter and 40 caliber that were there. They were in the street directly in front of the house.
And was there anyone home when you first responded to the location?
No, there was not.
When you responded to the location, you talked about being in the front of the home. Did you go anywhere else to check to see if anyone was there?
Yes, we checked the backyard and the surrounding area.
Now, were you familiar with that location?
Yes.
How were you familiar with that location?
I believe I've been on several 911 calls there in the past.
And were you familiar with the individuals that lived at that location?
I was.
Okay, and who were the individuals that lived at the location?
going to object to the extent of the cause for hearsay.
How were you familiar with the individuals that lived at that location?
Previous 911 calls.
And those 911 calls that you responded to?
Correct.
And when you responded to those previous 911 calls, did you interact with the individuals that lived at that location?
Yes.
And did you become aware of them through that interaction?
Yes.
Okay. Who were
So this is a location with a lot of 911 calls. What? Domestic?
the individuals that you knew that lived at that location?
The you had Rodney Sturkey and Thaddeus Bush.
And without giving me their full date of birth, what was the
And here we go. Cat, 10 memberships. Thank you. To Plants and Pants, Peaches, Marlo, Tuesday, Classy Coco, Gregory Stevens, Kevin Not Hot, YSL Tam, Alexis Lee, and Rebecca Koya. Thank you so much. Thank you for your gift. Thank you.
year of birth of Thaddeus Bush?
1967.
And what about the year of birth of Mr. Rodney Sturkey?
69.
Okay.
The cars that were in the driveway, did you do anything with those cars?
Yes, we ran them and through GCIC to see who they were registered to.
And were you able to determine who the cars were registered to?
Yes.
And who were those cars registered to?
Objection, that'll be hearsay.
Sustained.
Now, were you familiar with any relatives of anyone, or were you aware of any relationships of anyone who lived at that home?
Yes.
Okay. Specifically, Mr. Bush, were you familiar with any of his relatives?
Yes.
Okay. Who, I mean, not familiar with, were you aware of who he was related to?
Yes.
Who was he related to?
Objection, foundation, and possible hearsay.
Sustained.
Let me ask, how were you familiar with Mr. Bush and who his relative?
What?
I'll withdraw that question.
Good idea. That was a stupid question.
While on scene, were you ever able to speak with any witnesses? Without telling me what they said, were you ever able to speak with any witnesses?
Yes.
Oh, you wanted to see my reaction. I got back later than I thought. I had a few reactions today. The main one was regarding QZ, that I don't remember when that was. Maybe 2 hours into the stream, maybe 1.5 hours. I don't remember. But yeah, I demonetized my own stream during that altercation. So thank you for supporting my channel, because I will get
Were they able to
I will get absolute zero ad revenue for this stream.
provide you information about the incident?
Yes.
Were there any other cars that were in that area that were not damaged?
There were a few cars in the yard that were not damaged.
Did you have anyone else come out the scene to assist you with that investigation?
Yes.
Who came out?
My supervisor and a crime scene technician came out.
Who was the crime scene technician that came out?
I'm gonna have to spell the last name.
Okay.
Flemister.
And let me ask you, what was there a case number?
And Snivels gifted 10 memberships to Erin S, Patty C, Tres Sevens, Christina Smith, 24 Kiki, Big Skizzy, DD Jones, Playa, Angela Gillard, and Justin Wright. Thank you so much, Snivels. Thank you. Let me add. There. Thank you so much. That is very, very nice of you.
Associated with this report?
Yes, there's always a case number.
What was the case number that was associated with this report?
Looks like it was 15013 012300.
Okay. Now, when you were on the scene and you know that it was shots fired, did you do anything to ascertain if there were any victims of any shootings?
Yes, that's searching the yard, trying to make contact with anybody inside. And then we also call, or at least have 911 call the local hospitals to see if anybody came in, like if anybody brought themselves into the ER.
Thank you, Deirdre. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. And while I have you all here, 250 of you, top of the chat is QZ's fundraiser for legal help. It is now up to almost 8,500. But legal help is not cheap. So if you have $1.05 or 5 or 10 to spare, please think of Quindarius Zachary's fight for a fair treatment, because his lawyer probably is. I mean, $500 an hour is not an unusual number for a decent defense attorney, and 8,000 would give you 16 hours of help. And yeah, if you feel generous, thank you. Let's continue.
At any point while you were on scene, did either Mr. Bush or Mr. Sturkey arrive on scene?
I believe they did.
Okay. Do you recall if both of them arrived or one of them arrived?
And he, as Jody points out, how come he has his reports? He quit Atlanta in 2016. Gaither quit, when was it? 2019, I want to say, or 2020, quite recently, and her stuff is gone.
If I can look at my report, I can let you know.
Sure.
Mr. Sturkey looks like he arrived on scene.
And were you able to speak with him when he arrived on scene?
I was.
And was he able to, provide you any contact information for himself or for Mr. Bush?
Yes, he provided contact information for both.
Were you present when a crime scene tech was processing and collecting the evidence?
Yes.
After the crime scene processed the evidence and you wrote your report, did you have any other involvement with responding to that location?
No.
I want to direct your attention to January 28th, 2015. Did you have the occasion to respond to 2905 Springdale Road in Atlanta, Georgia?
I did.
And why did you respond to that location?
I believe there was a shots fired call at that location.
And what time did you arrive to that location?
I wouldn't know that off the top of my head without referencing my report.
Okay.
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 129 triple C. Tell me if you recognize 129 triple C.
Let me make sure.
Jesus Christ, get on
Not
with
mine.
it. Wait, what? What you say?
No, I don't. This is not. I mean, I know the person that wrote it, but that's not mine.
What? You handed him a report that isn't his? Say the name. Say the name. Say the name. Or if it is Detective Gaither report, I will be so happy. She gave him the wrong report. Please tell me it is Detective Gaither's. Oh, you up there? I don't ask for much. Could you make that report to be Miss Gaither's? I would be so happy. I would be so happy. Because that would make the prosecution liars again. Say the name. Say the name. Say the name. Please say the name. Please say the name.
I'm sorry, I gave you the wrong report. I apologize. Okay, now looking at 129 triple C. Tell me if you recognize 129 triple C.
No, they don't say the name.
Yes, I do. This is a report I wrote.
All right, well, that helped refresh your memory as to what time you responded to 2905 Springdale Road, 2905 Springdale Road on January 28th, 2015.
Yes, it does.
What time did you respond?
Looks like 12:16 in the morning. So just after midnight.
And why did you respond to that location?
Shots fired. Apartments were damaged by gunfire.
Now I'm going
Thank you, Bernard. Sorry again, but I'm glad I didn't spoil anything. What I was referring to when Love had steam coming off her head. She was so mad. She was ruled against. I was so happy. And she can't let it go. She can't let it go. She can't let go that she is completely unethical. But in her own mind, she's the god of her own mind. Or, well, downstairs. and Apple just won't let me give memberships. I'm good with super chats. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, Handy and Nerd. There. Thank you so much. Yeah, I was so happy, but also infuriating because she can't shut up, Miss Love. She really, really can't shut up.
Publish for you State's Exhibit 124 Triple C. Okay. And looking at 124 Triple C, if you just orient the jury to what we're looking at is Exhibit 124 Triple C.
Sure. To the north is well, it's older now, but at the time it was a newer Walmart on Cleveland Avenue. And then you go down Springdale Road, this apartment complex would be on your right. And if you kept driving south on Springdale Road, you'd hit like the airport parking lots, those types of like park and ride places. 85 is to your east, and then Sylvan Road to your left.
And is this the location that you responded to back on January 28, 2015?
It was.
Did you respond with anyone else?
Yes.
Who did you respond with?
Officer Robinson.
And what did you find once you responded to that location?
There were 4, I would say they're like apartment / townhouse style living, but there were 4 units that had bullet damage to them.
And did you have the occasion to go in and look for the damage at the 4 apartments?
Yes, we checked all 4.
And when you first arrived, did you encounter anyone?
Yes. There's no way to know how many 911 calls came in, but at least the one that got dispatched to us, we met with that 911 caller.
And do you recall how soon after you arrived on scene that you met with that 911 caller?
Almost instantaneous.
And was that 911 caller able to provide you any information about what had occurred?
Yes, I believe that 911 caller had video surveillance that he showed us.
And did you look at the video surveillance?
I did.
And based on looking at the video surveillance, what if anything did you do after looking at the video surveillance?
After we looked at it, we basically like analyzed that there was a silver, like mid 2000s Chevy.
I'm going to object to the hearsay. And the best evidence.
I believe that he could testify to what he saw on the video surveillance camera.
Are we gonna have, you watched it, you looked at it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, overruled.
So Tundra, what did you see on the video surveillance camera?
We saw a silver, like, I guess you would look at it closely as like a mid 2000s sedan, like a Chevrolet Impala sedan. It's like a cop car. It's a very common car.
And what did you see? Tell them what you saw on the video surveillance.
We saw a 2000s silver Chevy Impala.
And did you see?
You see
the
it.
Chevy Impala do anything?
It drives by and shoots at the apartments.
Okay. Are you able to see anyone inside of the Chevy Impala?
It's impossible to make that out in the video.
Okay. And in looking at the video, were you able to see where the Carter shots were being fired from?
I don't think it has that much detail.
Will looking at a copy of your report help refresh your memory as to whether or not you saw
It would.
Okay.
If you want me to read it, I can.
Yeah,
Correct.
as Starfish
Yeah,
and
in the
Coffee.
report, it says,
As Starfish and Coffee said, some people have reports and CCTV, and remarkably, it seems like, well, it's good for the state. Those evidence is found, but if it has issues and the defense has claims about it, they mysteriously disappear. Isn't that strange, folks? Isn't that weird? It's almost as if it is intentional.
that there is shots being fired from the front and the rear of the passenger side of the vehicle.
And after watching that surveillance video, were you able to see yourself, there were any shell casings out in front of 2905 Springdale Road?
Yes, we recovered quite a few shell casings. If you want a specific number, I need to read for it.
Okay.
Yes, Casper. A Chevy Impala is neither a Pontiac Bonneville or an Infiniti Q50. So where are we now?
There were 17 9mm casings recovered in the parking lot.
Can you speak into your mic? I don't think I
Sorry,
heard.
there were 17 9mm casings recovered from the parking lot.
Once you were able to see the video surveillance, what, if anything, did you do regarding the Impala?
We would have put a lookout over the radio for the Impala, see if it was involved in anything else.
To see if there was what?
See if it was involved in anything else, alert other police officers if they happen to see it driving by.
Did you do anything to determine whether or not there were any gunshot victims from this scene?
Yes, checking the apartments, calling the local hospitals, doing all of that kind of.
Now, you said that you went into each apartment. I want to start with the first apartment. Do you remember what the apartment number was for the first apartment?
That one was P1.
And was there anyone at home at the time of the shooting?
Yes, that was the. Yes, that one was occupied.
Okay. And who was in the apartment?
Last name was Anderson, and two people with the same last name, Anderson.
And what year were they born?
1950, or sorry, 1951 and 1947.
And was there any damage to their apartment?
Yes, no one was injured. In P1, there was just property damage to the structure. So the home had been shot itself, like walls, doors, etc.
And you said there were holes. Was there 1, 2, 3, or 4 holes within their structure?
There was, it looks like one bullet hole through the front bedroom and damage to an interior wall. So it may have been from the same projectile.
After leaving that apartment, did you go to another apartment?
Yes,
Which apartment did you go to?
apartment P2.
And who resided in apartment P2? Or was there anyone, did anyone reside in apartment P2?
Yes,
Who resided in apartment P2?
last name is Mack, M-A-C-K.
And was that the same individual who was the 911 caller?
It was.
All right. And did anyone else live in that apartment with him?
Yes, his girlfriend, last name Curry, C-U-R-R-Y.
All right. And what was Ms. Curry's year of birth?
1997.
What, if any, damage was there to that apartment?
In the report, it says there were several bullet holes into apartment P2. No property damage except the structure.
At this point, that the witness not read from his report, if it needs to be used to refresh his recollection, that's fine.
All right.
Sure.
So just, if it helps refresh your memory, read it, and then if it refreshes your memory, you can testify from your
Got
memory.
it.
All right.
What's the damn? He can't remember shit. He reads from every other line. That is not refreshing memory. That is reading from the report, which is not allowed.
Were there any projectiles?
I'm gonna have to read to give you the specifics on that.
Read it, and if it refreshes your memory, then you can let us know. Got it.
It doesn't refresh his memory because he has to read it.
Yes, there was one projectile that was located inside the apartment.
Now, after leaving that apartment, did you go to the next apartment?
We did.
And was there anyone occupying the third apartment?
I'm gonna have to read really quickly to refresh my memory.
Sure.
Okay. No, that was unoccupied at the time of our arrival.
Did you enter inside the apartment?
We did.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you find once you went inside the apartment?
I'm gonna have to refresh my memory by reading real quick.
No problem.
Seriously. If he has to do this with every question, then he does not have an independent recollection. Then it is the report that is the evidence, and the report can't be evidence in itself. If he doesn't remember, it's not allowed. This is so stupid.
Okay. I'm ready for your question again.
Sure. Was there any damage inside of that apartment?
Yes, it looked like there were 2 TVs that had been damaged, and we did find a projectile. The back door was unlocked. 2 TVs downstairs were on.
And what was that apartment number?
That was apartment P3.
And then did you go into the fourth apartment?
I did.
And what was that apartment number?
P4.
And was that occupied by anyone?
I'm gonna have to read to let you know.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
What the fuck happened now? Why did it go back to the start?
Location.
And what time did you arrive to that location?
I wouldn't know that off the top of my head without.
Okay, so it restarted and now I don't have closed captions. What?
Direct your attention to January 28th, 2015. Did you have the occasion to respond to 2905 Springdale Road in Atlanta, Georgia?
I did.
And why did you respond to
We
that
already
location?
listened
I
to
believe there was a shots
that.
fired call at that location.
We should be up here.
Now, did you have any crime scene techs come out to the scene?
We did.
Which crime scene tech came out to the scene?
Sanders was the last name.
And were you the officer that directed her to all of the damage and projectiles that were found at the apartment complex?
Video.
Well,
Is that correct?
yeah, I don't care
Now,
about
did you have any crime
her
scene techs come
questions.
out to the
So
come out to the scene?
let's skip the cross-examination.
After-
Defense questions for this witness?
Your Honor, thank you. On behalf of Mr. Williams, we have no questions for this gentleman.
All right. Mr. Short, if you. Okay.
Officer Collins, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Max Shard. I represent Shane Kendall, okay?
Yeah.
My understanding, you arrive at the scene and one of the residents shows you their surveillance video.
Correct.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. At 2905 Springdale.
Sure.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you viewed that video?
I did.
Were you the only officer to view the video?
I couldn't remember. This is from several years ago.
I understand.
Why is it an excuse for this person to not have the correct memory when it is years ago and they demand of Woody to remember things that was even older?
In that video that you watched,
Mm-hmm.
there appeared to you to be one car involved in this incident, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that one car that appeared to be involved, according to the video, was a silver Chevrolet Impala or a similar car.
Yes. The taillights are awfully specific on that car. So that's what it looked like to me.
Okay, but it was definitely silver.
Could be a variety of gray. It could be anything.
Okay,
But
gray or silver.
Sure.
Sure. Okay. And that video that you watched,
Mhm.
did you collect that video?
I have no idea. I mean, if it's listed in there as being put in like on a thumb drive, then sure. When a case like this typically happens, it gets assigned to an investigator and they would be the ones to retrieve it, or a crime scene tech, not necessarily the responding officer.
Would you have, if you didn't collect it, would you have alerted the investigator?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. And do you personally know where this video is now?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Any other defense counsel questions? No. Any redirect? All right. Thank you for your time. You are excused.
Thank you.
And we're going to adjourn for the day. So I think y'all may know we have a somewhat just.
Okay, so this entire day was about, oh, look, that Atlanta has crimes. Okay. And then they try to get in alleged crimes that they couldn't associate with anybody in YSL at all. Only the claim that the same gun was used, but they only had shell casings, and so far nobody has testified that those shell casings are from the same gun. It's just the same kind of ammo, or I don't know even that. It's
Slightly late start in the morning. Y'all may not know. 9:30, one of your number needs to deal with something early in the morning and believes that they can be here by 9:15 or 9:30. We're just gonna make it 9:30. So all of y'all make your arrangements for us to start at 9:30 in the morning. Don't discuss case with anybody. Don't allow anybody to discuss with you. Don't look at any kind of accounts of any sort. And we'll see you in the morning. Thank you.
Okay. It is
GG.
7 more minutes, so something is talked about.
Us, we might still come at, y'all can sit down. At 8:45, because I feel like we maybe have things to go over. I know Mr. Steele just sent several new motions in limine.
Yeah.
Y'all should have your witnesses ready to go at 9:30. Is there any issue remaining with witnesses? I know Ms. Love, you updated us over the lunch hour, I believe, with when and where there was notice of the newly re-added witnesses. Is there any issue about anybody now? Okay, all right.
If we can,
I have the motion in limine. And as soon as we are done here, I will do a swoop and then we will read it. All right? But we need to get done with this first.
if we can just have some idea of what witnesses they plan to call on tomorrow.
Okay. Is there any update on Mr. Zachary?
If he's out tomorrow, we're gonna put him
Okay,
up tomorrow.
Yeah,
But
so that one is just kind of an unknown. If he gets released, he's gonna come straight here, it sounds like.
that's the intention.
And beyond that,
Yeah, but if he isn't, you need to have witnesses ready. Jeez.
who do you think?
Beyond that, Your Honor, these are subject to being called. These are the ones that we have in line. We have Ms. Coppedge, Jenkins, Bowers, Kelly, Tullis.
Hang on, just slow down just a tad. Everybody's sort of jotting it down. All right, so this is who you expect to be lined up calling tomorrow.
This is who we have lined up. And if we don't have Mr. Zach.
Understood. Okay, so can you run through that again a little more slowly?
Yes. Miss.
That tells me they are planning on having QZ on the stand the entire day tomorrow if he's released. QZ is severely ill. Pneumonia and sickle cell. He's medicated for both. His grandmother just passed away. The amount of stress on that poor man is inhuman, and Ms. Love, who isn't human in my opinion, doesn't care.
Ms. Latners, I should have started with her.
All right.
Ms. Coppedge. Jenkins, crime scene tech, Jenkins. Bowers, also crime scene tech. Former GBI analyst Kelly, crime scene tech Tullis. Former,
It sounds like picture day tomorrow. Oh God. Yeah, I will have a late start tomorrow as well. And if I even bought the app, well, it depends if QZ. If QZ is on the stand, then I will do as today, full. But if it's just picture day with crime scene investigators, then I will do a recap of maybe an hour. I will time it to around 5 p.m. tomorrow, something of the sort.
and we are confirming some other people. We don't want to speak out of turn, but I believe we have a couple others that we are confirming.
Okay, y'all had mentioned Montgomery before is a maybe today witness. Is that going to be a maybe tomorrow witness, or is that the?
That was Montgomery Porter.
Oh, Montgomery Porter. Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Never mind. Okay. All right. Does that work?
That helps.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I just feel like if I tell y'all 9, we'll have 45 minutes worth of things to deal with instead of 30. So let's plan on 8:45. Yes.
Can we, I believe that Mr. Atkins had introduced or intended to introduce a specific exhibit 38. Yes, please go ahead. He'll address it.
Your Honor, I just wanted for the record, for identification purposes, Supervisor Trigo, who testified this morning, he referenced his report. And so I wanted to introduce for identification, it's his crime scene record, so that it's in the record as 32 Delta Delta Delta. I didn't have the exhibit sticker on that when I showed him this crime scene report. So I just wanted that to be in the record.
Is there any objection?
No.
All right, that's admitted.
And Your Honor, the last thing I wanted to ask, just because we just discussed it, is would the court permit, if the state finds specifically on the CAD report and 911 call that the state, Mr. Matthews, and the court were just discussing, for a 5-minute argument in the morning if the case finds an appropriate case to share?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Your
Sure.
Honor.
And with the state mind, I'm going through the in-camera on the communications between the state and the various attorneys for people who have pled. Do y'all mind getting me the executed plea acknowledgement for whomever y'all sent me over the correspondence for? Because I know it's somewhere and I could probably sort through and find it, but if y'all could just get them to me, it'd be easier. Because I've got sort of the drafts going back and forth, but I don't know what the end results look like.
I will. I think that we filed them in Odyssey.
And I'm sure that they are
we'll get
somewhere,
them.
but
We have them. We will give the court
that'd
that
be
signed
great.
copy. Yes.
That would be great. Thank you. Anything else before we close for the day? Okay. All right, so take a look at, and I don't know how soon we're going to get to the various things that are addressed in Mr. Steele's motions in limine, but take a look at those in the event that any of that is anything we're going to be getting to soon. All right, I'll see everybody at 8:45.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and y'all, at some point, you might want to just make sure that the evidence up here is in order.
All right. Now it is motions time. Motions time. So let's get the swoop. The Norwegian fire-farting dragon. And I have a motion in limine number 58 for you here. Now, this might not come as a surprise to anybody, but I think it's proper for Mr. Steele to address this because it seems like the prosecution is trying to backdoor in inadmissible evidence again. So, in the Superior Court of Fulton County, State of Georgia, the Jeffrey Williams motion in limine number 58 comes now. Mr. Jeffrey Williams, by and through undersigned counsel, and hereby files this motion in limine number 58 to exclude any and all evidence illegally obtained from the unlawful search of Mr. Williams' home on or about July 15th, 2015. Yeah, you may have heard about it, and more or less, they just barged in and started taking stuff. And it was deemed an illegal search. So everything in Mr. Williams' home or house or everything was excluded. In support of this motion, Mr. Williams shows as follows. Mr. Williams is innocent of all charges in the above referenced indictment. This honorable court has already excluded any mention as well as any items located during the illegal search of Mr. Williams' home on or about July 15th, 2015. On charts with Agent Cunningham, as well as Officer Kilgore, a gun illegally seized by law enforcement on this date is listed in each of these charts. Wouldn't you know? The prosecution tries to backdoor in these evidence anyway. And they were caught in time. Mr. Williams respectfully requests that any illegally obtained items in these charts be excluded from evidence. Concerning Mr. Zachary's recorded statement on the transcript dated March 3rd, 2017, page 130, Mr. Williams respectfully requests this honorable court exclude any statement that Detective Dennis asked Mr. Zachary how the assault rifle was located by police in Mr. Jeffrey Williams' home. This discussion must be excluded as the search was legal. Further, on the same transcript dated March 3rd, 2017, interview on pages 99 through 100, Detective Dennis is heard stating that Mr. Williams is the owner of the studio that the search and contents have been excluded. Okay, so it's a studio. Illegally searched. Wherefore, Mr. Williams respectfully requests a hearing on this motion and at the conclusion of same, ask this honorable court to grant the above requested relief and exclude any items or mention of items which were illegally obtained during the unlawful search of Mr. Williams' home on or about July 15th, 2015. Submitted September 18th. Respectfully submitted, Brian Steele, Keith Adams, and certificate of service. Yeah. So, the prosecution, again and again and again, tries to backdoor in evidence. Now, this was caught early. Other things we know from looking at this trial, we know they try over and over again. And, oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Factual Lie. To the demonetization fund. Thank you so much. Yeah, this stream. Yeah, I'm not getting anything from it after my interesting outburst regarding Miss Love and how I feel about her. Yeah. And no, it's not a surprise for anybody, but yeah, sometimes you just have to get it out. So thank you so much, Factual Lie. And there you go. Day 132 is over. Thank you to Sandy, Factual Lie, and Bernard for your $10 super chats. And thank you to Kat and Snivels for your gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Now it is almost 2 a.m. My alarm goes off at 4:30 a.m. Lucky for me, I did a lot of sleeping when I got home after work, so I'm good. I only need a short nap and then I'm off to work again. Tomorrow, late start. If QZ is called on the stand, I will begin after lunch your time. If it is all of these generic crime scene investigators, photo stuff, I will begin at around 5 p.m. with just a recap, because I can't sit through that kind of garbage. I just can't. So, but everybody, oops, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to do this. Thank you for your support. Thank you for hitting the thumbs up and subscribe if you haven't yet. And thank you for allowing me to try to translate this trial to you. And I haven't redirected yet. Who's on? Who's on? Let's see here. Bum, bum, bum. Live Storm Chaser. Yeah, you need a cleansing stuff. So we'll be sending you off to watch Storm Chasing. So, but again, thank you guys. And folks, from Mr. Jingles and myself, hug your family. Unless your family is crap, then screw them and give your love to the people who deserve it. Okay. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Prison line, they be strolling through Atlanta streets. Crimes unfolding, but here's the twist. They're just a myth, ghosts in the night, they don't exist. Streets are buzzing, stories flying, legends living without denying. But in the shadows, truths resist. Quez and Lil Mike, just a twist. They're just illusions, echoes in the mist. Crimes and hills, but they don't exist. Walking down, doing all the crimes, staring stars in our roofless ride.